Last we left off, having found the remnants of ML01 and discovering that it has since been ransacked by an unknown assailant, Zero scries on Zoella and discovers more of the plot of what the Commission has been up to. And immediately casting sending after, you set up a meeting that culminates in Abethus, in a very nice restaurant slash lounge called the Golden Gala. There, the proprietor sets up a magically silenced and scry-proof room where Zero, accompanied by Merrick, meet with Zoella, Virgil, and the enigmatic R, who then introduces himself as Raxney Lucette. Conversations about each of your goals ensue, and Zero eventually convinces the three commission members to teleport back to Kaube to the rest of your party members to discuss these matters in more detail. There, even more information is divulged over dinner in the safety of Chris's magnificent mansion. You discover the Commission's main overarching goal, the spread of knowledge, to ensure that which is hidden and unknown cannot be discovered and exploited by people worse than them. Raxney tells you about his own personal goals, the excavation of a seemingly corrupted dragon, which he believes may hold the key to a cure to the corruption. He also shares a lot of what he knows for your own goals, a wealth of knowledge about Sylnian culture, academic practices, and his own findings about the truth of this world. He identifies the pin that Chris found inside of a rucksack, which he identifies as belonging to the Salvo Guild of the Academy Arcana, likely confirming it was them that raided the facility before you got there. And through your conversation, you both discover that Silly holds a lot of cards right now, but Raxney urges you to focus on the upcoming eclipse. With your almost entirely aligned goals, the Commission pledges their assistance and aid in upcoming events. They take their leave as you all wind down for the night. The strange absence of any animal life in the local area sort of tickles your brain, Chris, as you cast Detect Magic, finding a huge zone of magic. Exploring the edge of this zone, you math out that this area is roughly 1 mile in radius, and you use this knowledge to head to its center. Before any of you have slept yet, you find an abandoned fort, which Merrick, codenamed Edgar Jenkins, identifies as Fort Oliphus, a sort of small training grounds by old veterans for new recruits, abandoned when the Crucible War started and just was never recovered at the time. In the dark, you also notice a monster, a 7 to 8 feet tall, comprised almost entirely of exposed flesh. It walks upright on 2 legs, though its arms are 2 large chitinous pincers. It has no head, barely has a torso. Said it just has a gaping wound that just erupts into snake-like tendrils, each biting and snapping as it patrols the area around this fort. That is where we leave off. The Xodiacs, all 4 of you, gathered in the dead of night alongside Gary, Merrick, Ezra, and Krem, 2 of which can't see in the dark. You are roughly 60, 100 feet away from this fort, unsure whether this monster has spotted you, but it sort of lumbers around the perimeter in almost smooth motions. Like it's moving very humanoid, very normal. It's a little eerie in a way. Like if it had a head, normal body, it would just look like a normal passing humanoid of any race, size, but it's not. Instead, it is 7, 8 feet tall, and it just no discernible facial features at all. Instead, just a gaping opening with tendrils erupting from it. What would you like to do?
Do you have a picture of the thing again?
Yeah, I can bring one up again. Let me put it. There we go.
Cute.
Well, I'll ask Merrick. So What do you know about this fort?
Just a trading ground. New recruits. A lot of the old guard were posted up here. In emergencies, it was just a fallback fort in case any of the other factions attacked from the north. From what I've read, sort of looks back towards Ezra.
Any, perhaps, tell of human experimentation or magical fuckery here?
No.
Then I wonder how that, and he'll point vaguely towards the shape that he can't see, got here.
Yeah, as you point towards the dark, he sort of squints his eyes. Good question. I wish I could see what I was looking at.
No, it's not that pleasant.
Let's get a little closer look.
Take a closer look at that snout.
Okay, I'm moving closer.
Yeah. Stealth.
I'll get like 30 feet closer.
Okay. Anyone that wants to get closer, make a stealth check. Merrick is not
That's
going
not a
to
good
go,
start.
but Gary is.
Oh, I'm still Skull Joke. Let's fix that.
Scout Chuck.
Yo!
Okay. Who else is going up there? Yeah, Ezra's probably going to go up there. Even though she can't see anything. God, what the fuck's her character sheet? Okay. So. 7. 13, 28. Okay, most of you rolled pretty decent. Let me see here. Okay. Okay, yeah, so more of you rolled better than not. As you're sort of sneaking forward, the crunch of the snow beneath your feet is a little hard to mask. Even for the stealthiest of you, there's not much you can do with just if the ground itself makes noise. Other than just go low and slow, which is what you guys do. You're not sure if this thing can see at all. But just in case it can, you take cover behind trees. Just what few trees there are, actually. Because at some point, around a 20 foot radius around this entire fort, all the trees have been chopped. And no trees around the fort. But you can, there is a sort of perimeter where the trees do again start. Or there's few trees around the fort, sorry. But a lot of them have been chopped down. You see the stumps still there. They've never been removed, but the few trees around, they're very isolated. It's hard to take cover behind them, so you'd stick to that outer perimeter about 20 feet away. Seemingly doesn't notice as this creature moves from your perspective right to left. You see in the corner of the fort, the brick wall has collapsed inward, seemingly having an entry into the fort if you want to get in there. You don't see an outer gate anywhere, but there's one entrance in that you can see from this side, the north side. The corner is collapsed in, and the creature stops. You can see the heads sort of biting each other, sort of flinging themselves around. It's almost like the creature doesn't even have full faculty of its own body, other than the limbs. If I make a perception check. Jesus, okay.
The discrepancy between those rolls.
Yeah. Probably rolls a 3, zero rolls a natural 20. You have the same perception roll. Yeah, you got Jesus Christ. Yeah. You all
And I roll.
roll 28.
Yeah.
Yeah, you hear this first, Chris. And you hear more, but we'll get to that later. But you all hear collectively, as you guys are about 20 feet away, 30 feet away-ish, around the perimeter, sticking behind the tree, as you sort of peek your head out, you can see the snake-like heads. They have mouths, and they're biting, snapping, sometimes at each other. Sometimes one just retreats into the flesh and almost melts back in before coming out of another area of its just open torso. But all of you can hear what maybe you expected were like monster sounds. You've seen a lot of monsters at your stage of adventure and career, but you hear words, not just like sniffling, biting, actual audible words in common. Just fuck, shit, piss, fuck, shit. Just almost like muttered under its breath, and they're coming from each of those separate mouths that are just coming out of its torso. Just silent little curses.
Where did we see this? We saw this. I mean, this party didn't see this, but we players, we saw this in Sylnia, right?
We sure did.
The one
Mhm.
shot. Well, at least like the copying the voices,
Yeah.
but our characters haven't.
No, our characters wouldn't know fuck all about this.
I wonder what that's all about.
Holy shit.
Yeah, but Chris, you hear this. You also hear more. Just almost like this wailing or moaning. Very much sound like the wind, but you can pinpoint it to a single direction, further south. Either in the fort or on the other side of the fort. You surmise there's probably more than one of these things.
I think that thing is kind of angry. It's not looking that friendly, but you know, maybe it's in trouble.
What, you want to go ask if it's having a bad day or something?
Maybe we can kind of see what it does if it interacts with something.
Gary is a ranger, right?
Correct.
Hey, Gary, do you have that thing that rangers can sense? Jana could tell if things are monsters. Can you do that too?
For fiends and undead, yes.
So you...
Can attempt it.
Alright.
Give me a moment. As he sort of slinks back into the, further back into the perimeter, only a couple feet from you, sort of sits down, closes his eyes, and sort of just starts feeling the snow around him. Yeah, about a minute passes. Same time as Jana, really. He sort of opens his eyes again. Well, they are not fiend nor undead, I'm afraid.
Probably something in the realm of monstrosity. Well, Chris, if you want to go try reasoning with it, go ahead. Just know that it's not going to end well.
Can I? What are the stealthing rules on like a magic carpet?
Good question. I made a whole new set of stealthing rules, but I'm not going to apply them right now. I would say it depends on your environment. Like, if you're a lot more easily able to like duck behind stuff and stay out of sight if you're on foot. But if you're high enough, or like there's cover, like tree cover above you, like I'll allow it. Like it just depends on like what your like how much stuff you have to hide behind, I suppose.
Is there tree cover above the fort? Like, because we said it's like abandoned and dilapidated, right? Like, is the roof caved in, or is it just abandoned?
Seems to be an outer ring of walls that there is no roof that you can see from here, at least. The northwest corner has collapsed in, like it's just rubble now. There's no tree cover around the fort itself. There's a couple of sparse trees that you can hide behind. There's, boughs and stuff, but there's no leaves at the current season. Yeah, they seem to cut down a lot of the trees just to stop things from climbing it, maybe. So it's a very isolated fort.
And how many entrances are there?
You can't tell from where you are, but you know that the corner is collapsed in.
Okay. And is that where that thing is coming out of?
Not out of. It's sort of just, at this point, it's passed across it. It looks like it's sort of moving counterclockwise. But it's sort of just passed by it and it's continuing along the north side.
Can we see anything inside of the building?
Not where you're from, because the wall's blocking the way.
Okay. I think I'll attempt to move like 10 more feet closer.
Okay. Yeah, there's one last tree before you get pretty close to this thing. And then after that, it's like like a 20-foot like sprint to the wall. You get 10 more feet closer, and you are on the combat map if this goes to combat.
Can I send Isaac in to stealth and go towards that entrance just to peek his head in and see what's not entrance but like the caved in wall corner?
Sure. What is he right now? Is he an owl or is he
He's a fox still.
fox? Okay, so he's not going to be able to fly, so he's going to try to go through the rubble. All right.
Yeah.
Make a stealth check for Isaac.
Oof, that's a 13.
Okay. Okay.
What do you mean by that?
Don't worry about it. So, just for the purposes of this, I will bring you to a map, visual map. You should be on the north or the upper version part of this.
Correct.
Yep. I mean, if you're not, let me ping you there.
That's a pretty big map.
A lot of it's blacked out.
I don't think
We're
I like
storming
that.
the fort today.
Yep.
A night at the fort, as it were.
Get out.
Okay.
Okay. Yep. Merrick's not currently here, but he is on the map just in case. Kate. So.
Oh, that thing's big.
Yeah, 70 feet tall. Does the fox have night vision? Dark vision?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, up to 60 feet.
Okay.
And he has keen hearing.
Okay. Okay, I can't. It's gonna be weird. Alright, never mind. Because I don't think. Yeah, I can't make that thing see you. Can you see what the owl Azek sees there?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I see. Hold on. Hold on. Doing some. There we go. Okay, I fixed it. But he sort of moves through. Sorry for the other players that cannot see this. Actually, I can temporarily make this visible to all players, actually. Can you all see this now?
Yep.
And we really shouldn't be able to, but yes.
Nope, but Zero's going to tell you anyway.
That's true.
Just to bring you on the thing. Okay, but Isaac sort of sneaks through, waiting for this creature to pass as he scrambles up and through the rubble. He makes some noise as he passes through. Some of the rocks clatter. You see some old tools at the bottom here. It looks like a small forge. Left cold, damp, wet. All the coals have been scattered and just covered in snow. Stealth roll wasn't great, but the perception check of something in here was worse. As it sort of looks up at the... There is a building here. It's about 30 feet high. This does have a roof. Isaac sort of hears something from above, and he looks up, and he sees a sort of somewhat tendrily thing, sort of hanging from the eave of the building, from one of the crenulations at the top. It's almost like a piece of food stuck in between gums or teeth, like it just sat there as it sort of dangles off the side. As it sort of moves through, looks up, it almost tracks its movement, Isaac's movement for a bit, but doesn't seem to react beyond that.
I will inform the party.
So that's two things now that have gone astray, right under the nose of the authorities in the Bronze Legion. How the fuck did any of this happen?
These things don't look natural.
Maybe if we're lucky, Selnia didn't get anything, and these guys destroyed everything. And we just left no trace of people.
Or what if these things are from Silnia?
You think maybe Silnia planted these on their way out?
Maybe. They
Can
dragged
they even
something
make
bloody
the-
out.
That's true.
I mean, they attempted to get the biospawn stuff, right?
Maybe that's what this is.
How wide was the trail of blood, Simon?
Most of the hallway,
Which is how wide?
roughly 20-ish, 25 feet.
Oh yeah,
fuck-
that's
okay.
large.
Never mind. I was gonna say if it was like 3 feet or so, I was like maybe it was just a survivor of the like the carnage, but no. 20 feet.
Okay. Does that going to move further down?
Mhm.
Okay. Make another stealth roll for Isaac.
The 14.
Okay. He gets around there, peeks around the corner, sort of slowly sneaking along. There, actually. It doesn't take long for him to notice another creature. Just sat in the middle of this fort. You can see training dummies. You can see another collapsed wall. You can see the gatehouse, actually, at the south end. But sat in the middle of the fort is a somewhat lumpy pile of flesh. More wide than it is tall, at least at this current stage. About 3 feet tall, but it's like 15, 20 feet wide. As it sort of
Interesting.
as he sort of veers his head over, he sort of hits the wall, the corner of this brick house, accidentally, as one of the stones hits the ground, clattering against some of the tools that are just like errantly thrown astray. As this secondary pile of flesh almost begins to coalesce into a taller, more bulkier form, like reverting from this puddle to a now hulking, muscled mass. The creature sort of shifts in place, almost like Play-Doh, and eventually limbs begin to sprout from it. Huge, hulking, stump-like limbs. No feet, just 2 large arms, as a single wide maw begins to open up just almost from any side as it begins to twist, turn, morph as it looks towards the direction of Isaac. There is no eyes, but it is pointed toward Isaac. It doesn't speak, but it does say words. in a almost deep, you can sense the senses of Azek, not just vision. It has a almost damp feel to it, like reminiscent of the inside of a mouth. You can see it's sort of steaming. It begins to warm up in this cold and begins to steam. And begins to speak words. Hotel. Echo. Llama. Papa. Hotel. Echo. Llama. Papa.
Oh.
Yeah,
I
help.
don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Begins to sort of shift towards Azek, lumbering slowly.
Okay, so maybe Sylmia didn't get any biospawn. The biospawn came after them. They let it out for sure, and it set up a shop here, but I don't think they captured it. I think they came in, they got one of the, I forgot what they're called. What is it called again? The thing that we fought?
The processor.
Yeah, that.
As this larger creature begins to move towards Azek, Azek also notices that tendrily creature that up top is also sort of beginning to move towards Azek. Like gum in between teeth is just slinking around each of the crenulations at the top of this building.
Real quick, can I sense what Azek's feeling at the time too? Like, is he scared?
Not really, because if he dies, he just goes back to the plant. He's not fearful for his life, but it's just like
Okay.
You do gather that he's been made.
Okay. I'm gonna summon him back to me.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna communicate that to the party.
Okay. As you summon him back, bring you there, and I will remove permissions from all players, so you cannot see.
I think Chris was onto something. That does kind of sound like it's calling for help somehow. Maybe the only way it knows how.
That, or, I mean, if it's just mimicking the last things it heard. I think there were maybe previously survivors of whatever happened here with Sylmia, but I don't think everyone made it out.
I think Riley is gonna cast Mislead. Or was it the other one? Project Image. Maybe Mislead will do. They're kind of the same thing, but let's see. Yeah, I'm just gonna run around with my illusory double and see what's up. See if I can find anything more.
Okay. This is Mislead to make a losing your double.
Yeah.
You're invisible, but you can see through the eyes of your double.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Where are you placing it? Or it's just gonna run around?
Just gonna run around. If I gain attention, like garner attention from it's illusion. They can't do anything to me, so I can basically do whatever I want without fear. But I'm not gonna like intentionally try and like stir shit. I'm just gonna look around. So like if this thing could like see me, then if I'm walking around it and it has like evidence that it is paying attention to the double, then I'm gonna leave.
Okay, but you're not stealthing with the double, you're just walking around.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think it makes noise, so
Probably not. Yep. Yeah, as it sort of walks around over to, let's say, here. Yeah, as double gets close, you see some of the tendrils, even though they're eyeless, you sort of pay attention to where the illusory Riley is, and you're sort of looking at it, and you're sort of walking. They are tracking you, or your illusionary you. That particular creature sort of stops in place. The tendril still tracking you as you see other tendrils with mouths, almost scanning the periphery elsewhere away from you, but 3 or 4 of these things are just looking at you.
I think I'm gonna try and if it's seen me, I actually will try and like strike up conversation.
Okay, what do you say?
Because it's like constantly saying like shit, fuck, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, what's got you in a pissy mood?
Make a persuasion check first.
Okay, persuasion. Decent.
Okay. Yeah, it gets close to you as it begins to walk up towards you, Riley. You. It walks slowly as you see some of the mouths are sort of snapping almost instinctively towards your direction. It sort of gets on one knee, plants both pincers in the snow, sort of piercing deep into it as it sort of leans forward, also looking at you, but it has no eyes, just mouthed tendrils. They almost seem to envelop you, but almost seem to shy away a little bit at the same time. Like it's almost like a conflict of intention, in a way. But with a high enough persuasion roll, as it sort of leans forward. And again, it's not quite rot, but it is damp. It is mouth-like. It is living flesh. Leans forward. Fucking hungry. You look tasty.
Well, unfortunately, I'm not for sale. There's probably some food, and he'll point over in just a random ass direction. A little bit further that way.
Hopefully,
No. We ate it all.
Yes, here, but if you go farther, there's more.
More.
Oh, wait.
Towns. Yeah, little containers filled with treats. Good idea. Begins to stalk towards that direction.
Wait. This is the area, right, where you said we couldn't hear any wildlife anymore?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Riley, what did you do?
It's fine. This is a warrior nation. They'll just kill it.
Oh, Riley.
It
what did
saves
you
us.
do?
It saves us from doing it.
Oh no.
He's satisfied with
which
this.
village is he going? Which direction did Riley send him in?
The direction he's going. That is, in fact, the way that Riley was pointing. So
I know,
isn't
but
that
which?
east?
Well, yeah, I'm trying to figure out which village is he going to?
I don't think Riley knows where any village is going.
no.
Pointing
I
directions
also,
like,
I
there.
also don't think the monster knows.
That's fair.
Okay. At this point, with the time you've spent here, Merrick and Jane has also come and followed you and joined you. Now that relatively the coast is clear, at least up north.
From where we are, did we hear the conversation with Riley and the thing?
Maybe vaguely, briefly. Like,
Riley will snap back anyway and be like, "Okay, yeah, so thing's hungry. It's gonna go find some food."
I'm gonna
What
turn.
sort of food?
Whatever it can eat, probably.
I'm gonna turn to Merrick and just ask him, "What's in that direction, Merrick?" And I'll just point in the direction that the thing went.
yeah, you sort of point east. He just goes, more forest for at least a couple weeks. If it heads northeast, it'll probably hit Chalmey. That's Jade Dynasty territory.
So he's their problem.
Maybe. And whatever hunters or scouts are also still in the forest.
Oh no.
Well, I'm gonna go explore some more. And he'll snap back to his double. Can I, like, walk through walls with this thing?
I'd say no.
No? Okay, well then... Wait, am I tangible? If I'm not tangible, I can't climb shit, can I?
I'd say you're tangible enough to interact with the environment, but not creatures.
Okay.
So you can try to climb.
Yeah, I'll just tumbling fool up.
All right, sure. Let me see. Bring it to the map. Okay, as you tumbling fool up, make a general dexterity check, not for climbing, but because there are spiked, I forget what those called, like little stakes stuck into the actual base of the wall.
Fuck.
Actually, no, you're invisible. You're fucking. You can't take damage. You're an illusion. Never mind. Yeah, so it would damage you, but unfortunately, you have no flesh, but you can interact with it, and what would pierce your knee before you sort of just kind of scraped, but you don't feel anything. But you do tumbling fool up, just climbing some of the loose flagstones. As you get to there, make a perception check for me. Okay. I'll make a stealth check if you want to be stealthy.
May as well.
All right. Okay. First, you notice there is another one of these tendril things here. Not that you saw the first one, but another similar creature. It's almost. This one's not quite stuck into the actual crenellations of the fort itself. This one's sort of almost hiding behind it, like a growth or like a moss, and it's just sort of stuck to its like the inner side of it. As you sort of tumbling fool up, and you see it, you duck behind the barrel last minute. As you can see, just out of the corner of your eye, it sort of peeks up one mouthed, eyeless tendril, and sort of scans its surroundings, almost like a periscope on a submarine. A couple seconds pass, it just sort of slinks back down. With that perception check, you also notice another one of these very similar looking creatures, sort of at the base on the inside of the fort, as well as more of these smaller variants almost on top of that roofed building. The two-legged creature, the very similar to the one you sent away, is just sort of sat there, almost huddled up like a fetal position. The tendril still snapping, but it's sort of just sat there. Not rocking, not moving, just sat. You also hear from it like a slight wailing. Like, not crying, not moaning, but it's sort of just like someone trying to whistle, but they just can't. Like they just haven't learned how to make the sound, and it's just like blowing air.
Riley will snap back to original. There's a lot of those things there, those tenderly things, and another one of those big fuckers.
Yeah, Jane sort of looks at. Jane got a bit of a look at the creature last time, the one that walked away. Tell me, do they all look kind of similar?
Yeah. They're all really fleshy.
I think I might know what these are.
Oh?
Well, kind of. They're biospawn, in a way. I think they're fleshy. They just kind of do things. Doesn't make much sense. You're aware of how biospawn are made, right? The flesh pit, I guess. The thing with the pit, it needs to kind of be constantly kept in check because occasionally it tries to come back to life. Normally, under normal circumstances, they would just be like a pit of kind of semi-live flesh. We can mold it into whatever shape we need. That's what the normal biospawn are, but if we can't, it just kind of, it's kept unchecked, and it just kind of does whatever it wants.
And that's what you think is going on here?
I think, because the flesh is kept semi-alive, there's been times, at least according to the records I have, that they've tried to probe out and try to grow by themselves, and normally we put them down, destroy them, add them back to the pit, but I don't know, I don't think anyone knows really what happens if it's just left to its own devices. This might be it.
Was this fortress guarding a pit?
Merrick sort of pipes up a bit. There's a hell pit in the bottom of the fort, sacrificial for offerings. Looks desert from what I've read.
Oh, that explains how these things got here then.
Then perhaps people killed the original inhabitants of this fort?
The fort was abandoned by the time the Crucible War came about.
Oh,
Well, Ezra, what do you think? Retaking time?
I mean, before retaking it, I can't see anything, but I can try.
Well, we got a wizard that can cast light.
Well, if shit kicks off, I can just pull up a lantern, I guess, at that point.
It is important to know that these things can be reasoned with as well. It might be unorthodox, but it's possible.
I'm kind of against any reasoning with anything that kind of looks like the inside of a person.
Well,
I think that's fair.
this is your territory, so I'll do as you say.
Well, I'm gonna go and follow Captain Bavuvius' orders. Anything that came out of that place dies. That's just me. I'm not the expert here, but that's my vote.
I think technically these things have already died once, so I guess we're re-killing them.
disintegration.
In that case, if we're gonna be hostile, Riley's gonna go back to his double and scout out some more.
Which direction are you going? You're on a roughly 20-foot tall wall. The building in front of you is about 30 feet, and you can see. I guess maybe not. You can't see, but yeah, that's all that you can see with dark vision right now.
I'm just gonna go down to the courtyard, I think.
Okay, going down.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll take the stairs.
Yep, and the stairs are intact. Make another stealth check for me.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. He was alright with getting caught.
Okay. The moment you get down the stairs, you get to about here and you sort of skid to a stop as that fetal position creature, very similar to the one you sent away, is now fully standing and is almost in like a runner's position as you hear, like very breathy, "Hi." It runs towards you and sort of bashes against the wall, but you are intangible and it sort of just hits the wall. It would have totally body checked you if you were, real. But you are not.
Well, hello there.
The pincers and mouth parts of this creature are just snapping, trying to grab you.
Sorry, I'm not real.
Yeah, you say that, and it seems to understand you in a way. Like it stops like trying to tack pincer at you. Some of them, the mouths, are still trying to like nip at you a bit.
Same reason as the other guy. Are you hungry too?
Make a persuasion check.
Do.
16 roll. Oh, nice.
Always hungry. Why?
Where are you?
Somewhere. Why are you always hungry?
It sort of just sits there. It's still bashed into the wall, and as you saw impact, it squelches, like it's not fully solid. It like gum hitting the pavement. But then it reforms to its normal shape. Why are you hungry?
Stomach empty, need nourishment.
Same reason.
But you're always hungry. I'm not always hungry.
Why? you alive?
Well, I was born with a mission.
Same reason.
What's your mission?
To eat you.
Sorry, I'm can try, but I'm gonna walk away now.
As you're sort of walking away, it doesn't give chase. It begins to go around the building, but you hear, with your highest perception, I will find you.
Before Riley continues walking, then he'll snap back and say, "All right, guys. Well, they're just really hungry. So while I'm out there, prepared for battle, something might be on its way." And then he'll snap back.
Okay. Yep. As most of you are pretty close, you can see there is a shape at the top of the walls now, very similar to the ones that you saw earlier. It looks over the edge for a couple seconds before it just jumps off and impacts the body, deforming as it does. Yeah, like it's slow motion, almost like a rubber ball hitting the pavement, then bouncing back into the same shape, the original shape it was. That's where it'll be for now.
I would like to mount my carpet.
Okay.
It seems like these things are intelligent to some degree.
What has Ezra used to fight? Has she fought in front of us yet?
Not yet.
No.
Does she carry a weapon on her other than the gun that
she has,
gave her?
she has a crossbow.
She also has a gun.
That's true. A few shots with it, but yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna get on my carpet and begin flying up slowly, but I will reach out to Ezra and offer her, do you want up? It's gonna get messy down here pretty quick. We'd be more useful up, out of their reach. Plus, you can't see.
Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, she sort of gets on the carpet with you and like, not side saddles, but like she begins to load the crossbow. Just before she does, jumps on and is sort of sitting on the edge, like a chopper gunner almost. Okay, so Ezra is now flying up with you. Chris, what are you doing?
I think I will cast a flaming sphere.
Okay. Flaming sphere. Whereabouts you casting it?
Yeah, I'll cast it. Yeah, right next to the thing.
Right next to it. Okay. All right. Hey, are you ramming it into it?
Yeah, I think I will.
Okay. He needs to make a roll for damage, and it'll make a saving throw for Dex, I think. Okay.
I'll do it at, I think 4th level.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, roll for damage. Oh, that is awful. But it stays up, as you have... Is this a conjuration spell or evocation?
It's... Yeah, conjuration.
Okay, so this can never drop, ever.
Holy shit.
Well, from taking damage. You can drop from other things, but... Okay. As you conjure the flaming sphere, he immediately looks towards it. The torso turns, but the lower legs stay in place, so it's like 90 degrees rotated. You just hear, "Hi," as it hits the side of the creature as it begins to singe and burn. It is unfortunate how close to steak this smells like. Like, it smells not bad as it's singeing and like burning into the flesh as it sort of grinds off of it and lands back in the snow begins to melt and steam. You can see there is like a perfect char mark that unfortunately does look like cooked meat. That is a first attack. Let's see, everyone roll initiative for now.
Come get your food.
Okay. Gary, Ezra, Merrick is here as well. I guess Jane is, but Jane's not going to fight. And Krem. I'll say Kremax after Ezra. Okay, Krem's still on the ground, but Krem's cool. Krem's fine. Okay. Lot of initiative. Lots of initiative. This actually might be the biggest combat now I'm thinking about it.
There's probably a lot of the small fuckers, huh?
Well, it's only roll initiative for once, but like there's just a lot of separate creatures on the board right now. Descending. Okay. Yeah, so as all of you start up there, physically at least, as you cast Flaming Sphere, Merrick's turn is first. He rolled pretty good on initiative. As you cast Flaming Sphere, that now emits pretty good light. Very good light, unfortunately, maybe. As Riley, are you still tapped into the senses of your illusion?
I am, yeah.
Okay.
He has no idea what's going on yet.
So you can look over and see there is now bright light over the walls. As you can see, a lot of the creatures inside here, their attention has been grabbed. The one that you narrowly dodged, the small one on the wall, turns its tendril toward that direction, as does the big thing in the center of the courtyard. The mouth almost just moving across the body as it begins to look towards that direction. Merrick's going to run up and do what you do best. That's hit things with an anchor. 2 attacks. I think both those hit. I was going to rage first. Okay, Jesus. That's it. Math. Okay, as you watch Merrick run up after seeing everything just kick off, he sort of just goes, "Alright, fuck," and just runs forward. He sort of, not rips his shirt off, but like he flexes really hard, and you can see storm clouds gather around his feet as he sort of unleashes a burst from his chest, striking the thing with lightning. Let's say, not Riley, because your sensors are still tapped over there. Zero and Chris, just make perception checks. Jesus Christ.
Another one.
Okay. 0. I would say as you're taking off, or just beginning to take off, you notice this interaction. Almost uncannily, uncharacteristically of you, you notice things. But almost as if something is turning your eye toward that spot where the lightning struck. You see pulsing muscle as the lightning hits. You see nerves firing. You see almost the muscles seizing. It didn't look like it enjoyed that. You see some of the muscles like freezing and like almost being like locked in place from the now electrical impulses it now has to endure. Okay, but as you sort of notice that the vision goes slow motion for a bit as Merrick then undoes it by striking it with an anchor twice. as that impulse begins to just almost pass over. But that's something you noticed. That is where he's going to stay. Gary can see. Gary's going to back up his boy. He shoot twice. Okay. Oh, Jesus. This thing's not looking great already. Yeah, as Gary takes off the giant great bow and begins to shoot javelin-sized arrows into this thing. You see the muscles flexing in his back as he's pulling back the arrow. It's already looking not great for this thing. The two of the four corners seem to be handling this one pretty decently. But Chris, it is now your go.
Okay. I will... I will... Yeah, I'll do a pulse wave. I'll kind of go...
Okay, what area is that?
Yeah, I'll kind of go closer. Hold on.
I think it's 30 foot, right? 30 foot cone.
Yeah, I think it is.
Okay. How close are you going?
Yeah, first I'll move the flaming sphere first.
Okay, bonus
and I'll
action.
move it down.
Sure. Through it? Or just
Yeah,
down
I'll
generally?
ram. Yeah, yeah, over there I think is good. And then I'll ram it into it.
Using pulse wave. Or just ramming the sphere into it.
Yeah, I'm just ramming the sphere into it
Okay.
right now.
Roll for damage at 4th level while this thing makes another dexterity saving throw. Oh boy.
That's more like it.
There we go. Full 20 damage. Yeah, after all those strikes, it's not looking great. It is bleeding. Like, there is blood. You see veins sort of pulsing and popping as you're hitting it, and then you sort of cauterize it with a flaming sphere. Yeah, the smell of steak, unfortunately.
And then I'll use the pulse wave
Okay.
and kind of ram it into the side of the building.
Okay. Roll for damage. Constitution. All right. These things aren't rolling good at all. Okay. As you hit it with a flaming sphere, you sort of walk up, cast a spell as this invisible pulse of magical energy begins to just bash it into the meat. You can see like the meat rippling as it begins to lose its balance, and then it's flung backwards as it gets impaled on the stakes on the outside. It is dead. The now charring corpse, bleeding corpse of this creature is motionless. It doesn't dissolve or anything, it's just a dead body on the stakes.
And that will be my turn.
That's your turn. Riley, you are currently have vision of the illusory double.
Does he notice the shit that's going on back there?
You notice magic being cast, and certainly it's more loud over that direction at this point.
I'm sure they got it. He's gonna be like, I wouldn't head that way if I were you.
To the big one?
Yeah.
Okay. Make a persuasion check.
Persuasion.
Okay. it hears you. You see almost like kind of like a hole that kind of looks like where an ear would be. Is almost points in your direction for a bit, almost coming out of the body like 2 inches, but then it sort of retracts back in, ignores you, as it begins to lumber over around the side of the building.
So much for that. I don't even know how much movement I used there.
Actually, it's not his turn, but it seems to not ignore you.
Okay. Yeah, I was about to say, did it use its reaction to do that?
No, I just forgot how D&D works.
Oh. I don't see anything else of note on this ground floor, do I?
From where you are, I would say no. But you do see
Alright.
like a training area to the bottom right of the map there, like a archery thing.
Right.
But no, are there any other creatures from where your current perspective is? Not quite.
Well, that was my action. Bonus action, I'll snap back.
Okay. Is it a bonus action or an action to do that?
Action to move it. Bonus action to snap back.
Okay. Okay, I'll allow that.
Right.
This is concentration.
And
right?
yeah.
All right.
And I still have movement, so guess I'll walk out and be like, "Oh wow, you guys really did have this." Well, the big one's coming, so I can't do anything else because I've already used all my shit. So that's how I'll leave it.
Okay. 0.
How high on the carpet did we manage to get before combat started?
Not very high. Not high at all, actually. By the time Ezra mounted the thing, Chris already flaming sphered the thing.
Okay. I'm going to first use my bonus action to manifest echo.
Okay.
About 15 feet from me, like right, yeah, like right here. It's fine. And then with the 60 feet of movement, I am. Does that include like vertical movement or no?
Yeah, so like, yeah, you can go like vertical, horizontal. You can go, yeah, at diagonals really. The vertical doesn't really matter.
Okay, I'm gonna go 20 feet up off the ground.
Okay. So I'll say,
And
where's your thing? Sorry, continue.
We can't see the big thing coming, right? Like from our current spot?
No.
What about 20 feet up?
Nope. That building that's in front of it is about 30 feet high.
Okay.
Yeah. You know it's there from Azuk, but yeah.
Okay. From up here, I guess, yeah, we'll go 20 feet up, and then we'll go, I think I have 40 feet of movement left from here, like, let's get like here. So that'll be 40 feet of movement total.
Yeah. You can still, you can go diagonally and 20 feet if you want to, so that'd still be only 20 feet movement.
That's true. Okay. So yeah, we're here, and I guess 20 feet up in the air. And from here we still don't see it.
No, not from your current perspective. You can go further down or roughly into the fort-ish. 20 feet up is roughly about how high the walls are.
Okay. I guess can I get slightly closer?
Yeah, you can get up to 40 feet closer if you want to.
I want my... Well, let me see my Echo's movement speed, actually. It uses my movement speed, right?
I am not sure.
I think... Oh, sorry. I should look that up. Sorry.
High level D&D.
I can move it up to 30 feet in any direction. Okay, so I will move my Echo... I have to be careful because if I move it more than 30 feet away from me, it disappears. Hold on.
About 25 feet from you.
Okay, so I'm gonna move. Am I able to move the Echo's token? Yeah, I can. Okay, I'm gonna send the Echo right here, so it's still 30 feet away from me. And let me see. Use my bonus action. Use my movement. I don't really want to get any closer until the thing comes out. How high is the rubble that the Echo is standing on top of?
About 10, 15 feet-ish. It'd be difficult terrain.
Okay. Trying to see what I have. Can Zero, can the Echo hide there in the rubble?
I don't think hiding is one of the things you can do. You can try.
Well, can it or can't it? Because you said you don't think you could do it, then you said you can try.
I don't think... Yeah, because you can attack, you can move. I believe. I think that's all they can do.
Okay, then am I able to hold an action?
What are you holding?
I think when I see an enemy come into my line of vision, I'm going to attack it from the Echo's point, if possible.
Okay, I don't... Is the... The one exact wording of this. The Echo. The Echo has weird rules. Attack option return. Okay, I don't think you can hold an action with the attack with an Echo. You can attack with it, like if you want to throw something or shoot something, but I don't think the Echo itself you can hold an attack for the Echo.
Okay. The Eldritch Blast, I know it doesn't do like any kind of like fire damage or anything like that. But does it glow enough to like illuminate a spot for a moment? Like if when the thing shows up, I hold an action to attack with Eldritch Blast. I attack with Eldritch Blast. Can that give her some like, I don't want to say advantage, but like I would imagine because she can't see what she's shooting at, she would be shooting with disadvantage or something. Would that eliminate the disadvantage if for like a split second I illuminated the target?
No, but it would allow her to pinpoint where to shoot. Otherwise, she'd literally be shooting in the dark. So you can, where you hit with the Eldritch Blast, she can probably try to shoot again there, but she would be shooting just in that rough direction. So it'd still be disadvantaged, but it's better than just hitting nothing.
Okay, I think I will just do that for now. How much movement did I use already? Hold
20.
on. 20?
Yep, so you got 40 feet of movement.
God, I don't want to go in there. Fuck it. I don't want to just sit here and do nothing. Okay, fine. I'll move us in right here.
Okay. Alright, and you're holding your action for an Eldritch Blast?
No, if I can... Because I'm assuming... can I see some targets from here already?
Are you still 20 feet up?
Yeah.
You can kind of see the big thing, barely. That'd be three-quarters cover. You can see the strange tendrily thing that is still kind of nestled in between the crenellations of the big building. They're kind of behind some cover, but not as much. So you can see this thing.
How much cover do they have?
That one would probably have half. The big thing probably have three-quarters from your current perspective.
Okay, because my sharpshooter ignores that anyway.
Yeah.
So
Then it's just a clear shot.
from my point here, then I am. Is that just with weapons, or is that with any ranged attacks?
I should specify in the feat.
Yeah, it's ranged weapons. Okay. Then yeah, I guess I'll just go ahead and use my action to pop off an attack
Okay.
at the small one closest to me,
Okay.
with just a short bow.
Alright.
Actually, no, I'm gonna throw one of the troop seers at it.
Okay.
Just one.
Sure. This hits. 10 piercing. Alright. How many charges do you have on Truth Seer, by the way?
I have 3 still.
Okay. Just because fucking mind overload made too powerful. Okay. Is that your turn?
Yeah. Wait. Yeah, I used all my movement, did bonus action. Actually, yeah, that's it. That's all I can do.
Yeah. As you see that one thing that's sort of been stalking as you pinpoint it, chuck a dagger, and it sort of like floss hits right between the crenellations. Yeah, and strikes the thing pretty deep. You hear a pretty high pitched squealing noise, kind of like almost not like dissimilar to like a pig in a way when you hit it, and then Truth gets magnetically sucked back into your hand.
Okay.
Okay, that's your turn. It's now the big thing's turn. I'm gonna make a quick perception check if it actually notices you're an illusion. Okay. Yeah, he is actually going to move away. How far up are you, Zero? You said 20 feet, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw. Okay. You see this lumbering mass walk around the building, just sort of dragging the kind of the rest of its body with its 2 lumbering, massive arms. It sort of looks up at you, Zero, as it begins to just almost morph into like this giant fist in a way, or like a claw, as it suddenly shoots out to try to grab you. The whole body just elongates into this one long, like pseudo hand as it clenches at your carpet, you and Ezra. But you see this as you sort of buck up a little bit and just barely miss the grasp. That's the action. Okay. Okay. And yeah, Zero, while you're up there, actually, you notice kind of hauling ass is actually another one of these creatures from the outside on the other side. It's running Usain Bolt style, like on the outside of the wall, like arms like motioning and everything. It's eerily human. But that's its turn. Ezra is going to shoot at the same place you're shooting at because she can't really see anything. Disadvantage. That's still fine, even with the cover. 6 piercing. Yeah. As you sort of throw dagger in her general direction, she sort of notes your aim. She aims at the same spot, and you hear another high-pitched pig squeal. Okay. The one that has been shot a couple times, yours actually... Oh, just out of reach. Wait, no, you're not. Oh, yeah. Let's try here. What's your AC? 21? Not 21.
Mine 19.
Okay, so 21 does hit you. Okay. In a very similar vein as the big thing, the small one.
Wait, question. What's the attack roll?
21.
Can I use my reaction?
Oh, you have the parry thing, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, defensive duelist, yeah.
Okay, that adds how much? Your proficiency?
Yeah, that's +6.
Okay, so you have to make it 25. Okay. Yeah. As you sort of dodge the big one, this small one that you've been hitting for a bit, you see it's moved to another part of the building as it does the exact same thing, extend its body out to try to reach out for you. As the dagger just came back to you, sort of parry it to the side, just knocking it aside. Okay, that one misses his turn. The one up here with it is going to try to attack the illusion, but it's an illusion, so it doesn't matter. Okay, yeah. Yeah, and Zero, you're actually starting to see more of these creatures begin to just slink their way from a separate part of the fort. But that is their go. Merrick, he can't see shit. And there's still a lot of people up here, so he's gonna stick by the fire. Gary can see shit. He's gonna run over here. See Usain Bolt over there, take 2 shots. Okay. Gary pops on the corner and shoots 2 more javelin-sized arrows into the running creature over there. Chris, here we go.
Okay, I think, yeah, for this one, I'll just kind of scout on the other side of the building. So I'll go to the east side and just use all my movement to go 6 spaces east.
Okay. Six spaces east. Let's see, that's your full movement there. You want to double dash or?
No, I think I'll just use that movement, and
Okay.
then I'll kind of bring the swing sphere to kind of in the same row that I'm on, or same column.
Okay, can do. Let's bring it there.
Yeah, and then can I see that thing on the roof, or is it too tall?
Where you are, it's too tall.
Okay, I will just cast Fire Shield,
Okay.
and I'll do a Warm Shield.
Okay. Is that concentration?
It is not.
Okay. Alright, you have a fire shield, which, whatever that does. I'll throw a random token on you. I'll throw that thing, the death symbol, because that is what you are incarnate. Okay, is that your turn?
Okay, and that's all. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what fire shield does, so it's going to be fun to discover that relevant. Riley,
I'm a climb.
you climb with your real body.
Boink! Yep.
All right. Yeah, you can do that.
It is important to note that I am invisible right now.
This is true. Let me quickly
I don't know if I want to attack and undo that invisibility, or if I want to stay invisible and survey the situation.
No, it's up to you.
Well, I know that one of them is currently busy taking care of, or trying to take care of the illusion, so I think I will actually try and snipe the thing on the other roof there.
The one in the corner here?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you can do that.
Does it have cover at this range, or...?
Yes, the cover comes from the fact that it's hiding behind the crenellations.
Okay, yeah.
Which, crenellations are the big
Does that
key
put me
things.
at disadvantage, or...?
No, it just has a +2 to its AC.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just hit it with a this is... Sneak attack is only for thieves, right?
Sneak
Or
attack
rogues?
is only for rogues, but because you're invisible, you do have advantage on the attack.
Okay, that's fine. In that case, I'll just wind blast it.
Yeah.
Boink! Oh, wow.
Jesus Christ. Yes. This does damage. Good God.
18.
18. Okay, yeah, as you see it, you're invisible. You sort of take the perfect fencer stance, just like Yule taught you. As you thrust forward, the wind condenses in the snow. You can see this spiraling shape that otherwise invisible, right between the teeth of the building. As you see this fleshy tendril just turn into mush like gum, that is dead.
Yeah, still got it.
But you are now visible. Is
Yeah.
mislead still up? Or
It is, it is.
okay, cool.
Yeah. Until
Until you drop it like
the
normal.
concentration, yeah.
Right. Okay, but you're
Or
no
an
longer-
hour passes, but yeah. So there's 2 Rileys on the field now.
Yes. Okay. Well, that's your attack. You still have another attack, but I don't think you can reach anything from where you were.
Do I have another? Oh yeah.
Well, no,
No.
you don't have another attack.
No, I'm not a fighter.
Never mind. Fucking bard. All right, you get the 1 attack.
Yeah.
All right, is that your turn?
Yeah.
All right, 0.
Alrighty. I'm... Hold on. I haven't done anything with this echo yet. But I have a different idea anyway. I'm gonna go up another like 10 feet.
Okay.
So we should be 30 feet from the boys by now. Not the boys, but you know what I mean. Like 30 feet from the ground.
Yes.
Is that still within range for her to attack?
Light crossbow, yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. And then right about... I don't know if they need to all be in one spot or if they can be in a general vicinity. I want to use the Horn of the Raider.
Oh, God. This Horn of the Raider was a total mistake on my part.
2d4 plus 4, baby.
Sure.
Weak.
5. Just generally around this big guy.
2d4 plus 4, that's 7.
Oh, 7. Look, I failed math. Okay. I think that's 5. 2 more. It's like a super surrounded.
Do they all get advantage on the attack?
Technically, yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah, also the act at the end of your turn. This time we'll remember.
Yeah. And then I will use shit, is it an action to summon Azek?
I think it is.
I think so, yeah. Okay, use my action. I still have a bonus action. I'm gonna bonus action cast Hex on that big guy.
Okay. He's hexed. That is concentration, correct?
Yes, and I'm going to choose one ability. Blah, 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 blah. He has disadvantage on ability checks made with the chosen ability. I'm gonna choose Dexterity.
Okay. Okay, ability checks. Dexterity ability checks. Okay.
Yeah, specifically.
Alright, so you cast Hex. What's your Hex look like?
Can it look like a pulsating, like, white flame coming off of him? Like, it's not hurting him, but it's just visibly like a pulsating, like, white flame.
Sure. Like a sticky little flame that just sort of, every so often, periodically pulses that white flame.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's action to Horn of the Raider. My god. Bonus action Hex, you still have 50 feet of movement. There's a lot of tokens on this border now.
Not for long.
True.
I am going to move us out here.
Okay.
And that will be my turn, I think. Actually, no, I'll move us out here. And no, I lied. That's my turn.
Okay. Sorry, I forgot to add Krem. Krem forgot to move. Fixing that now. I'm just gonna do. Yeah, there we go.
Actually, let me see. If I moved back here, would I still be able to see the big guy?
60 feet dark vision.
Barely.
Yeah, you can see. Yeah, you can still see it.
Okay, I'll move us right there, and
Okay.
then that'll be my turn.
Okay. That's in your turn. The Berserkers. Are they all going to take swipes at this thing?
Yes.
Okay. That's 7 attacks, all at advantage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Unsurprisingly, they all hit. These things aren't the hardest things to hit in the world. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh god.
I like to think they're like tiefling frat boys.
Okay.
And they're just like talking shit to him while they beat him down.
Yo, did you fight that flesh monster last week with Zero? Oh, hell yeah.
Yo, man, you got summoned for that too, bro? Oh, yeah, you were there.
Guys being dudes.
You summon them to have those little, like, those stupid little, like, hats with the 2 beer cans attached with a straw. Wielding great axe in one hand, a foam finger in the other. Yeah. They all tear into this thing. Like, yeah, Riley, from where you are, you can see there's 7 dudes with the great axe just chopping into it like a tree. And they're all just talking about beer and stuff. Okay, that is the Berserker's turn. It is now the big thing's turn. There's suddenly meat around it, though it's not technically meat. Jesus Christ, okay. So it's a natural 20 on one of these things. Oh, cool. Look, I didn't even get to do this cool thing. One of the things instantly die. It takes a good amount of damage. Yeah. You see the maw now has reappeared on the big fleshy lump of a body thing has, and it just completely envelops one of the berserkers. It's just gone. Not sure if it's swallowed, but then you see this faint little bits of spectral light just come out of the mouth. That thing is dead. As it raises one lumbering arm, it just crushes the other. Okay, but it can't really move at this current point because ow. So I guess we'll stay there. God, I keep forgetting Horn of the Raider totally breaks my encounters. That's the end of his turn. Okay. This one's going to just rush up to Gary. Make 1 pincer attack. That hits. 2 bite attacks. One of those misses. Actually, no, they both hit. Because of things. Wait, nope, never mind. One of them misses. Wait, nope, never mind. One of them hits. Two of them hit. I can't remember all things. Ouchie watchies. Yeah, 0. You see the Usain Bolt rush up to Gary as he does a cool slide and just pincers Gary, totally grappling him. Gary cannot move. He still attack, but he can't move. As the snake-like heads begin to bite into him, you can see with each bite, it's almost singeing. Like there's a sort of acid with each bite, taking a chunk out of Gary. And he's sort of fighting as best he can. Okay. Chris, you see.
Okay, I will. Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry.
I
Not
see
quite your turn
something.
yet. Yeah, come rushing out of the corner, coming into light of the flaming sphere. Another one of these creatures. This one not running like a human, but this one almost on all fours, running almost like a wolf-like. It uses full movement there, but it's going to use the action dash to get up to you. Can't attack this turn,
Okay.
but that's where it is right now. And you can now smell not the rot, nothing bad, but just something moist, wet, damp inside of the mouth. That's their turn. Ezra. You did not shoot into things Ezra cannot see, but she can sort of hear that thing right below her, so she's going to try to shoot that thing at disadvantage. Jesus, she's rolling really good. In piercing damage to the one grappling Gary. That's her turn.
Can Krem see?
Graham has dark vision, yeah. He's going to go and run to the one closest to him. And take a little bite. 21. 4 piercing plus 9 fire damage. Oops. Oh, god damn it. Okay. Yeah. You kind of see Krem almost takes on more of a demonic appearance as he gets into combat. He kind of look more just dog-like, if a bit on fire, but as he gets more aggressive, the fiendish nature of his body begins to take more of an effect. Yeah, just takes a big meaty chunk that begins to singe in its mouth. Next turn.
Oh, I can't believe that was the first turn.
Almost. Damn, it's going to double dash get it to you. The two small things are going to try to grab the berserkers for some of them. One of them hits. Hey. That is 11 piercing, and it is grappled as well. Or is it restrained? One of those two. Grapple. Yeah, more of these small tendril things begin to just latch off the side and begin to just, like a leech, try to grab these berserkers. Merrick's go. Following the light, he's going to get there with barbarian-esque movement. Bonus action Storm Aura, then 2 attacks with the Brine Diver, his Apotheosis vessel. Both hits. Okay. And... Oops, wrong one. Okay. Yep. As the lightning strikes that creature, it begins to spasm a little bit. Okay. But Trish shakes it off. As Chris, you now see Merrick covered in storm clouds, just wailing into it with a hammer. Or an anvil, I guess. That's his turn. Gary is grappled, so he cannot move, but he can just hit it with a flail. 2 attacks. They both hit. Not much damage. 17.
17 is not much. Ugh.
Compared to you guys who are doing like 90 damage in a turn. Yep. As he's grappled, he just drops the bow for a bit, takes out a flail, and begins just hitting back at it. That's Gary's go. Chris.
I will. Let's see. I think I will. I'll use Steel Wind Strike on this thing.
Good God. Okay. You may make an attack roll, or yeah, spell attack thing. This hits. Good God. Yeah, do you want to reappear on a different side of it, or to stay there?
Yeah, I'll actually go on the other side of it.
Okay, right there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then I will use the sphere
Okay.
and ram into it. I guess at the bottom of it.
All right. Needs to make a dex save. You can roll for damage. Good God, these guys are not good at dex, huh? Okay. That is 13 damage. Yeah, as you draw your wand katana, you nothing personal kid this creature and just reappear on the other side of it. A big gash taking out of the flesh from your mystical steel wind strike. The wound almost heals back, but it scars. You do damage to it, but it's the weird amorphous nature of its body almost begins to mend itself back to the right shape, if very haggard. Just before the sphere just grinds into it, and the smell of a well-seasoned pork chop is just gracing your nose right now. Okay. I still have movement if you want to use it.
I think that's it.
All right. That's your turn, Riley.
Do I notice that the electrical impulses fuck him up? Did I see that happen?
From both cases where you are, I don't think you saw very clearly.
Not even with the light source?
You're also not right up against the wall. There's still like it's hard to see out from where you are currently.
Okay. In that case, it's time to leave it to chance. How the fuck do I... There we are. Roll 1... How do I... Oh, you know what? I'll just take evens and odds. Odds, electricity, evens, frost. I didn't mean to roll 2 of them. I'll take the first one. What did I say odds was? Frost?
Opposite.
So electricity.
Wait.
Okay.
Odds. Yeah, odds frost.
Okay. Oh yeah, I rolled odds in. Okay. Wait, odds frost?
I think evens electricity, odds frost. That sounds right.
Frost it is. Okay. I will coat in frost. And then I'll just I guess I'll just blast it from here.
Sure.
The one directly in front of me.
You may.
29.
This hits.
That'll do 14.
14.
Or not 14, 11.
Okay.
That's my action and my bonus action. So I guess I'll just go here. And that'll be it.
Okay. Yeah. Now you can see more clearly outside, roughly. Not kind of where Merrick is, but not quite. Yeah, but as you coat the tempest door in frost, the icicles gathered around it. Do a thrust, this big spike pierces into it and begins to freeze, like flash freeze on impact, turning to like a very like brown-gray coloration. It seems to take the damage, it's not immune to it.
Does it seem bothered by it or just neutral?
Fairly neutral. Like it sucks for sure, but
Right, okay. So it's not like resistant.
no, yeah, it definitely
Okay.
had an effect. All right, that's your turn.
Yep.
All right, Riley, not Riley, 0.
I'm gonna move my echo 30 feet over here,
You may.
and let me see. I can make. Hold on. Question: if I wanted to make an attack and a bonus action attack, those can both be from the echo, right? Because this just says when you take the attack action on your turn, any attack you make with that action can originate from your space or the echo space. So I'm assuming, I'm just assuming like if I wanted to, dual wield, if I wanted to do an attack and a bonus action attack, could they both be from the echo spot?
Well, any attack you make with that action.
Okay.
Yeah, so not the bonus action, but you can make, I believe, any attack you make with that action. Yeah, so, okay, oh, I see. So yeah, so if you take the attack action, any number of attacks from that action can be from the echo. But I don't think the bonus action.
Okay, that's fine. Because I get 2 attacks anyway. I think
Yeah.
it's a fighter. It's fine. Okay. I'm gonna take both attacks with my messers.
Mhm.
I guess because he doesn't have all my equipment, right? Just my weapons.
Just the weapons, yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I will just dual wield messers. I'll make 2 attacks, and then I am going to unleash incarnation and make an extra attack.
You may. That is all things you can do. These are technically at advantage, I believe. Not like you needed it, but yeah. These all hit.
And then at least one of those gets sneak attack, right?
Uh,
Wait, no, my echo can my echo not get sneak attack? That's what we talked about, right?
I think not. It's a weird feature. Okay, not bad at all. Well, not great, but not bad. 18... 24 damage. Yeah, as your echo takes a perfect swordsmanship stance, takes 3 very clean cuts, carving out like an almost very neat triangle out of the flesh of this creature. This pyramid-shaped flesh ball just sloughs onto the ground. Yeah, this wispy fart of an echo did some pretty decent damage.
Okay. And then I'm going to use my action surge and make an attack from my spot here, and I'm gonna just make a truth seer attack. I'm just gonna throw the truth seer at the thing.
You may.
And this one will have sneak attack, right?
Yes, because Gary and crap.
Oh, that doesn't.
Still hits.
I don't think that hits. It hits?
Yeah, these things are not hard to hit.
Damn.
9 piercing and sneak attack, so that's 38 total.
Big number.
Big number. It's not looking great.
And then fuck it, why not? I'll dump a charge of mind overload in there.
Okay. All right, you dump a charge of mind overload. The purple energy going from the dagger pierces into the creature.
That's 3d10, right?
Yep, if you want, but you notice that the energy hits the creature. Seemingly no effect.
Oh, okay. So am I not gonna? Are you letting me not waste that charge?
They used it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
but
don't. You have to roll for it.
you can roll
Because
for
it doesn't
it.
matter then, because
Yeah, you can roll
okay,
for it,
never
but
mind.
the psychic damage just doesn't seem to take.
Hmm.
But you did use the charge, but you now know that
Yeah.
maybe psychic isn't the best thing to use against these things.
Okay. That's fine. Whatever's gonna give Shorty a helping hand at hitting this thing.
All right, that's your turn.
I think so. I didn't want to move anywhere. I don't know if I used a bonus action.
Yeah, if there's yeah, you don't have to use a bonus action if you don't want to.
I know, but I don't want to waste it either.
And they use a bonus action to move the echo, right?
Does it use a bonus action to move it?
I thought so.
I might be dumb. Sorry. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, you're right.
Oh, no, teleport. Yeah,
Oh, yeah, that is for
magically-
teleporting.
Never mind. Yeah. I don't know how many bonus actions you can do right now.
That's fine. I don't. That's fine. Just that's my turn.
Okay. It's now the lumberjacks over here. Let's see. Same thing. Chop the thing.
Yep.
All right. 6 attacks now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh god, that one's. Oh damn it! They all hit still. 2, 3. One of those is natural 20. Ouchie wouchies. Yeah, they all take all chops into the creature, and it's not looking as big as it is. The like 14 or 13 attacks it's already taken at this point is certainly taking its toll on it. It is very reminiscent of like a butcher chopping meat. Like there's just errant meat pieces flying, gristle. Not pleasant to look at. But it is now its turn as well. I'll take another bite attack. It's another stomp. Hits. Okay. As it takes one bite of the berserker, it's sort of just like being dragged into his mouth a little bit. Like he's kicking and screaming, and you see the legs are sort of dangling out of the mouth as it raises again another lumbered arm and crushes the same one. That still can't really move very well, like it wants to anyway. It's now the other one's turn. These things have 2 pincers. I'll take one. It's not true. Oh, Jesus. Oh. You roll a natural 20 against your echo. Not like it matters. But,
I mean, does it? What is the roll?
27. On your,
Yeah, okay.
yeah. On your echo. So the natural 20 on your echo does a lot of damage, but it only has 1 hit point.
Yeah, okay.
So of all the things to hit with a natural 20, the echo is probably one of the better things to hit. And then the rest of the bite attacks against the now. Oh, Jesus. Oh, well. One of those hit against Gary. Okay, Gary's taking some damage. Yeah, as it sort of shifts around, the arm almost independently moving into the echo, like right at the neck, decapitating it as it fades from existence, as the rest of the snake-like tendrils begin chomping at Gary. And the one over there that's kind of fucked up. It's gonna try to pincer attack you, Chris. Jesus, that's another natural 20. How did it get this many natural 20s in a row? Whatever. Oh god. That's 16 plus 14. That's 30 damage against you, Chris.
I think with the fire shield, it does some damage back to it.
Okay. How much damage?
2d8 fire damage.
2d8 fire damage. Okay. Is that per attack or is that once per hit? Or once per turn or something?
It says the attacker takes... Whenever a creature is within 5 feet of you and hits you, with a melee attack.
Mhm.
It is a melee attack, right?
Yep.
Then the shield erupts with flame. The attacker takes 2d8 fire damage.
Okay. Into the melee attack. Yeah, roll 2d8. Six. All right. Yeah, that certainly takes the damage. Yeah. What's your fire shape?
And it
look
was kind of like I guess kind of like a slight, flame around me.
Okay.
I guess for the warm shield, it would be kind of like an orange flame.
Okay.
A cold shield would be like a blue flame.
All right. Classic.
But when they hit, it kind of does like a mini explosion type thing. Like if you poured like a little bit of gasoline on a fire, it kind of
yeah, just
ejects some fire a
yeah,
bit.
like that quick gout of flame. All right. Yeah. So as the pincers pierce around you, the almost like a reactive shielding you have just shoots a big gout of flame at it, singeing, charring it even more. This thing smells delicious. You still take the 30 damage from it though.
And then I'll use the flaming sphere.
It is not your turn.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It has 2 attacks left. Which it is now has grappled. Oh yeah, you are grappled by it actually. I take 2 more bite attacks against you. That is 14 doesn't hit you. 22 to hit you.
I think that hits me with shield.
2016. Yeah. Okay. So you take additional 9 piercing damage and 4 acid damage. But that is technically another melee attack, so you can roll for fire shield again. 2d8.
It was how much damage? 9 and then 4?
9 and 4, so 13 total.
Okay.
Yep, and you cannot move while you're grappled by it. Nine damage. Okay, it's not looking great. Okay. Yeah. But as it restrains your movement, the biting tendrils are just going to try to take a lot of chomps at you. Some of them miss, but some of them do find their mark as the acid from the saliva singes into your flesh. But the gout of fire, the explosion happens again. That is the end of their turn. Ezra is going to shoot at the same one. Jesus Christ, he's rolling the same roll every time. 8 piercing on this one. Okay, that's her go. Krem is going to do the same thing. Bite. 5 plus 3. That one's on death's door at this point. With the crossbow bolts, all the attacks, the messer attacks, Gary, and Krem. Yeah, these ones are not looking great. Okay. These ones have slinked down there. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Jesus. All right. Three more attacks against the barbarians, and 3 of them still miss. Barbarians have to make a strength saving throw, which they fail actually. So one of them gets yeeted up there, and that one's going to try to envelop the berserker. which it misses. But it is up there now. Merrick. Okay. Yep, Merrick bludgeons that one to death. Just very casually. He hasn't really been threatened this entire time. He's just been hitting things with an anchor. That one is pulp. Then he's going to... Can't see anything. He's going to stay by the fires. Move a little bit over here, though. It's his turn. Gary is still restrained, so he's going to try to break free. A strength athletics check, which succeeds. No longer grappled. Being grappled kind of sucked for him. That's his action, but he's not going to move. Chris, here you go.
Am I out of the grapple now?
Yes, you are, because that thing is dead.
Okay. I'm gonna expend 5 charges to do the maniacal mask of madness again.
You may. Right, so the metal mask morphs out of the flesh of your face, and you're now wearing the mask of your deity.
Does that count as one action?
It should say, let me see. Mask of Madness. As an action, yeah. So it'll be action to do the maniacal mask of madness.
And then, yeah, I'll just keep on going around the perimeter of this place. And I'll kind of make my way downward.
Okay. Did you already summon Act, actually, earlier today, or did you take a long rest?
Yeah, I summoned it earlier, but I summoned it, it's once per long rest, I think, and then I could summon it if I used
5 charges.
5 charges.
Right, which you have. Okay, got it. All
right. But then, yeah, I'll just move down.
Okay, you may. How far do you want to move down?
I'll move down my full movement.
All the way to the other side, like the east side of the building?
Yeah.
Right, so right about there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's your full movement east side of the building. That's your action. You can use your bonus action to fire a sphere alongside if you want to.
Yeah, I'll kind of bring it along.
Okay. Say it moves, I think, 20 feet or 30 feet.
I think it's 30.
All right, so I'll bring along with you. Merrick's only light source has left him, and he's now just groping at the dark. He's the lantern. You just don't want to pull it out. Okay. I believe that's your full go. Riley.
Did that thing not attack me, or did it just miss?
Oh, I forgot about that one. Yeah, I'll do that right now. 24 to hit you, actually.
24?
Yeah.
That
was actually
I steal Zero's AC, and then I use dodge.
Fair. That is a valid tactic.
Yeah, exactly. So it misses, right?
12 piercing damage to you.
Okay.
Where are these rolls for barbarians? God damn it. But you are now grappled as this thing has extended out towards you.
All right.
And has now latched onto you.
All right. Can I still stab it?
Yeah. You're not restrained by it, so you can still stab it.
Cool. I'm gonna stab it.
You may. But this hits.
That's 10 damage. And then, I'm gonna grab the dagger of venom.
Okay.
And double dib. Unless it's dead right now.
It is not. Is the dagger venom an action to activate, or?
This would be. I have dual wielder.
Right, but I believe the venom effect doesn't activate until you use an action to activate it.
That I would not know. Let's find out. If it's just raw damage, then I'm fine with that too. Where the fuck are my weapons?
It does do raw damage with +1 to bonus. You can use action to cause thick black poison to coat the blade. The
Oh, okay.
poison remains, so you can still throw it, but it just won't have the poison on it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Does that hit? Well, obviously it does.
Yes, it does.
5 piercing.
Just 5, yeah. As you yeet a magical dagger without the poison, but hey, it does solid damage anyway. 5 damage. It's not looking great. It's kind of having difficulty keeping its form together.
All right, that's my turn.
That's your turn. 0.
From here, am I gonna get any kind of disadvantage attacking the big guy from here?
No, because you should have sharpshooter, unless you're, well, depends on what you're doing, but
Well, with Eldritch Blast.
nope. This is a range
Okay.
of 120 feet, I think.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to make an attack with Eldritch Blast, which is going to be, I think, 4 beams.
Okay. All 4 hit.
And then I had to double check the wording of the spell. I had to check. Hold on. Please don't tell me my computer just refreshed. Oh my god. My browser just refreshed. Holy shit. Hold on, give me a second. But you can check the wording for hex. I'm pretty sure it says I do damage for every attack I hit on. So I get to do hex damage for all 4 of those.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just checking. I didn't want to just start rolling damage.
Yeah, 46. Necrotic damage, okay.
What is it? 26?
26 per attack, so that's 46 total. 13, alright. It's super not looking good. Yeah, with each blast of Eldritch Blast, the hex, the white burning flame, almost turns, like every time it pulses with each attack, it begins to rot away some of the flesh. And that one does smell pretty putrid.
Let me see here. I don't know what else to do with my bonus action.
Yeah, if there's not anything you can think of, don't have to use it all the time.
Yeah, but that's lame. Okay, I'm just gonna move the carpet like 10 feet over here, and then that'll be my turn.
Okay. Right, Hazard goes with you.
Question.
Yes.
Sorry, you've answered this before. With the fighter, 2 attacks, it's not 2 actions, right? It's just 2 attacks. So when I'm attacking with a spell instead, I don't get the 2 like, twice.
Right, yeah, your
Okay,
whole, you
right.
get 1 action, and your action is to take 2 attacks.
Okay, I see. Okay, then yeah, it's my turn.
Alright, Berserkers. I wonder if they're going to kill this thing. Well, I guess one of them's out of the range now. So that's 5 attacks. At advantage still, but 5 attacks. Miss. Hit. Hit. Miss. Okay, it actually has a chance to survive those. 1, 2, 3. Never mind. It does not. It does not survive. 34 damage. Jeez, those fucking raiders, man.
Question.
Yes.
Can I use my bonus action retroactively? Only because when Hex drops, I can use a bonus action to move it to a different creature. That's the only reason I was gonna ask. If I can't, that's fine.
Do on your turn.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, the even grappled by several creatures. The berserkers continue their frat boy mash party, turning this thing to mince. And for now, that is where they'll stay. He is a puddle. Who's left? Oh, this guy's still around. It's going to pincer creme, which hits. Then 2 bite attacks, advantage. Okay. 13. Oh. Goodbye, creme. Yeah, Zero, you see this, but the last creature over here grabs Krem, like by the torso, lifts him up, and then those snake heads begin to bite at him, taking big chunks as takes a lethal-looking chunk out of Krem's throat, and then Krem just evaporates into ash. Not dissimilar to how Azek dies, actually. In just a flash of brimstone, Krem's gone.
Damn.
He's fine. He's kicking in hell now. So Ezra is going to shoot the thing. That actually kills that one. Using the flash from Krem's death. Ezra used that to take a bead on the one that killed him, and takes the final blow as it's been pretty haggard up to this point. Yep, that one drops. Okay, so now all that's left is the small ones, I believe. There. Okay. First, Riley.
That's me.
This one's going to try to envelop you. That's a 18 to hit.
Ooh, damn. Shame I don't have anything to reduce that.
Okay. So that hits. Oops, the wrong button. Okay. You take 17 damage. Bludgeoning damage.
Alright.
And you are grappled and also restrained now, as this thing has fully opened its mouth and has engulfed you. Your legs are still kind of kicking around, and it's sort of just in the process of kind of like acting like a big stomach and slowly digesting you.
Not this shit again.
Okay, but you are restrained as well while you're here. Oh, I was going to make a concentration check.
Sure. It's just a con save, and what am I looking to?
10.
10?
Yep.
Nope.
Mislead is gone. Yep, but you're slowly being swallowed by this creature right now. Then there's the other guys. It's gonna make...
So what can you do while grappled and restrained?
You can try to break free using an athletics or acrobatics check.
That's it?
You can still attack, it just can't be disadvantage. You can still cast spells.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, you still do stuff, it just not... You can't move. You can't, yeah.
That's fine.
That's going to try to envelop the barbarian. Misses. The rest are going to try to bite at the rest of them. So... 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Oh, well, they all hit. For once. Or was this before? 10 damage to you. 13 to you. 14 to you, and this one's shit roll. 14 to you. And all these guys are grappled now too. 'Tis a feast. Like only one of these barbarians aren't grappled. That's small guy's turn. Merrick cannot see. Merrick is going to use an action to pull out a lantern. Move there. Gary's turn. Difficult terrain, but you can make it about there.
I thought rangers ignored difficult terrain.
I think while traveling, I don't think let me see.
It doesn't matter, ignore me.
Doesn't slow your groups travel. So not during combat, but like while traveling on the map, yes it does. Bonus action. He can get there with his bonus action. Or action. Chris, your go.
I'm going to... Yeah, I'll cast haste, but I'll put the concentration on the mask.
Okay. You may. So your speed's doubled. Gross.
And then I'll use my extra action to do the dash action.
Okay, you may. So that's 60, and then 120 feet of movement.
Yeah, then I'll just run around the compound.
Sure. Okay. So let's do. You get there in 60 feet there. Looks relatively clear. Then you do 60 feet there. Again, relatively clear. You do see a gate, or a gatehouse, I should say, about 40 feet tall. 40-foot tall tower, and the portcullis is down.
And then I think I'll move my sphere down as well.
Yep, 30 feet. Slowly catching up. Alright, that's your action. And your bonus, that's your turn.
Yep.
Alright, Riley,
Thunderclap.
you may.
How many d6 is that at this level?
Good question. You can just roll it and it should automatically do it. Technically, in theory. It's 46.
Yeah, it did actually do that. Okay.
So that is Constitution saving throw. That's a 6. They fail. It fails. 13. Yeah, that kills it.
Boink. Not today, bitch.
Yeah, as you cast Thunderclap, muffled from the inside of this creature. You could have caught in this crack of thunder as it just, again, explodes into just gore. That one is dead.
And then he's going to jump across the roof and try to at least flank the other one.
Sure. It's not the furthest jump. I'll allow it. You're acrobatic.
Yee.
Alright. That's your turn?
Yep.
Alright, 0.
So is all this area illuminated now?
Not quite. There's a couple of small guys.
No, illuminated. Like with light.
From
Because I'm just asking, because the lighting on my map changed. I just
Yes.
didn't know if that was.
Yeah, that's Merrick's pulling out a lantern.
I see. Okay, so that's just okay. So that does not benefit Ezra in any way.
It does a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, I'll use my bonus action and put Hex on that guy. And I will make a little. Well, actually, no. I use that Eldritch Blast again.
You may. That's 4 beams, gross, level 19.
And I don't have to use them all on him, right?
No, you can split them up as much as you want, as long as they're within range.
Okay. I'm going to send 2 to him, the guy closest to me, and then 1 to the other 2 surviving ones I can see here.
Okay, so that's 1 on the roof, 1 on the stairs.
Yes.
Alright.
So I'll send the first 2 to the one I'm looking at, and then next one to the one on the stairs, next one to the one across.
Okay. Hits. Good God. Alright. I'll do damage. I'll roll damage.
And so 2 of those should get hex
You
damage.
may. It's 9 force. 5 to the there, and then 1 on the. Alright, 5 necrotic on that one. Okay. Yeah, the Candlelight Eldritch Blast split and hit 4 different targets, one of them beginning to rot away from the inside from your hex, that pulsing white flame, continually creating a rot from within. Alright, it's their turn?
Yep.
Alright. Berserkers, most of them actually can't hit anything and they can't move. 2 of them can. Just gonna run up to that one, and the one being grappled up there. So that's 2 attacks, 1-1. Not at advantage. 16. They both hit anyway. 12 slashing, 13 slashing. Jesus. Okay, and the rest cannot move. So that is where to go. This guy's dead. That guy's dead. Ezra. He's going to, can kind of see now, he's going to shoot the one that you've hexed as well. 12 still hits. 4 piercing. Okay. It is now the small thing's turn. Okay. The one by you, Riley, is going to try to envelop you.
It can try.
23.
But I guess it will somewhat succeed.
He's 18 bludgeoning.
Is that an attack roll?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use my reaction to use silvery barbs.
Okay, so that brings it to disadvantage.
You magically distract the triggering creature and turn its momentary uncertainty into encouragement for another creature. The triggering creature must re-roll the d20 and use the lower roll. You can then choose a different creature you can see within range. The chosen creature has advantage on the next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw it makes within 1 minute. So yeah, I'm going to give disadvantage to Homeboy on the floor, and I'll give advantage to Riley.
Hell yeah, that's
Okay.
an awesome ability.
Right, yeah. A broken spell, but I'll allow it. Everything rolls at advantage on these things, Days, so the next roll over with a 9, which does not hit, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's about to fucking open its goddamn maw and engulf you again, and then, yeah, Zero, what does your silver barb look or sound like?
Can it literally look like white illuminated barbs and like barbed, almost like thorns almost?
Sure.
Like white, like a white crown of thorns or something on the thing, and then I'll just yell at Riley, "Fuck him up!"
Right. Yeah,
That was the plan.
Yeah, as it's about to engulf you, suddenly this almost Jesus-like wreath of thorns, like, sort of choke around it, biting into it. Not to cause damage, but certainly cause enough to cause discomfort. As it does that, the white barbs begin to unlatch and begin to enter you, Riley. That magical, a moment of uncertainty now runs from within you. And you
Wrong.
All right. That's that one's go. The rest are just going to reel in their fucking catch. Why did that thing just move in, actually? One there. That one's already in move. That one has to reel in. The Berserker has to make a strength. Succeeds. That one's rock solid. The rest are going to try to engulf the other ones as well. So that's 3 envelop. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's a lot of natural 20s on the board, actually. I don't think I've ever gone 2 natural 20s on advantage before. But I did know. 1 misses, though. So that's... Ooh. Ooh. So this guy fully dies. This guy also fully dies. This guy takes a... That guy he missed. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this guy's not grappled actually anymore. I don't think. That one missed. Okay. As they go, Merrick is going to run through here, difficult terrain. You can get there on his movement. And he can... Yeah, he'll just move here, ready to assist. Gary has a bow and arrow. He can shoot things with it. 1, 2. Oh my god, natural 20. Let's see, one of the stairs. One over there. Both die. That one dead. Oops, deleted number, whatever. Go. That berserker is no longer grappled. There's really only 3 left. Yeah. Chris, here we go.
Yeah, I'll just move towards the gate, I guess.
Okay, yeah, that'd be this big building down here. So you can move up
Yeah.
60 feet there. And you can see the portcullis is down and a little bent and really rusted. You can see through it, but you can't make your way through.
Can I do a misty step into it?
You can.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Alright, so that's 30 feet. You can make your way. You're not actually in the tower, you're underneath it, but that's where position-wise on the ground you'd be.
Okay.
Yeah, but you still have, I think, like 20 feet of movement left or something like that. And your extra action to move if you want to.
I will... Will the building, like, go up the stairs?
You don't see any stairwells down here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're not actually in the tower. You're on the ground underneath the tower.
Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, I guess I'll just move through it then.
Yeah, you can move through it. So with your extra last feet of 20 movement, you can make it with there if you want to.
And can I still move the sphere?
Yeah. You can't really see where it is, but you know where position-wise it'd be roughly.
Okay, then yeah, I'll just move it. It's 30 feet.
Down?
Yeah.
Okay. 30 feet down, alright. Is that your turn?
Yep.
Alright. Riley.
Bonus action, I'm actually going to coat the thing with poison this time. And then I should be able to still double attack because I have dual wielder.
I think it's an
Wait,
action.
is
It's an
that-
action to coat.
It's an action to coat?
Yeah, but that coat lasts like a while, so you can do it beforehand.
Never mind. Since this is impromptu, I will not coat. I'll just go in.
Okay, that hits.
That's
12.
12.
This hits. Yep. This does damage.
And then the dagger of venom,
Still hits.
7.
7. We'll say you picked it up after you threw it, just fine.
I didn't even know I threw it. I thought the thing was like on me up here.
Maybe it was. I don't remember. Either way. Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's still barely hanging on, but it's there. Yeah,
Oh,
as you,
can't do anything else.
yeah,
I think.
you fridge burn it and you stab it with a knife. That's attack, bonus action.
Yeah, I'm good.
0.
I will move in closer, like here,
Mhm.
on the carpet,
Yes, yes.
and I will use my action to hit the one assailing Riley.
Okay. From where you are, the crenellations still give it partial cover, but these things are pretty easy to hit anyway.
Yeah, I ignore 3/4 cover.
Yeah, with range attacks.
Yeah. Okay. For my first attack, I'll throw one of the truth seers at him,
Mhm.
and then my second attack, I'll just throw a normal dagger.
Okay. Hits. Hits.
Do I get sneak attack since Riley's with him?
You do, yes. Okay, that one is mini damage. Which one are you throwing this truth seer at?
I'm at the same one that's Riley's fighting.
Okay. So that is 38 damage. Gross. That one's dead. Yeah.
Tight.
As you hit it, it just slumps into like a dead leech-like creature. It hits the ground with like a bloody mess as the dagger retracts back into your hand.
And that's my turn.
Okay. Are you throwing the dagger? Which one are you throwing the dagger at?
I was throwing the truth seer and another random dagger at both of them at.
Both. Okay. All right. That's your turn.
Yep.
Okay. Keep Nezris along with you. Yeah. There's only 2 more left. They have no hope of doing anything. What's the purpose of this? Yeah. It's fairly easy to mop up the remaining creatures. Yeah, even without spells, even just throwing them, they don't have a huge move speed. They don't really flee from you even. They're just slowly trying to suck and eat the barbarians they currently have held. But yeah, as the din of battle dies down, let's get rid of initiative here. Silence. You don't hear anything. You just smell the faint charring of the bodies from some of the burned victims of Chris from the outside. And notably, the almost entire inner part of this fortress is now coated in blood. Most of them not your own, from these exposed flesh creatures. Some of them speaking to you. Some of them even have full-on conversations. Some of them just yelling words. And some of them just seemingly acting on animalistic instinct. There's a wide variety of behaviors from all these creatures, and it's hard to pinpoint exactly what, how, or even possibly who they are. Regardless, they're all slain before you. The remaining barbarians now freed from the grasp of these leech-like creatures, like chest bump each other and high five. There's only like 4 of them remaining for the next hour or so.
Some bros.
Yeah, frat bros.
This guy's being dudes.
Dudes being gays.
Do they
Do they
fear
do
me?
like spectral keg stands?
Yeah, they're already rummaging through the area for like beer. Where's the mini fridge, bro?
Do they fear the mask?
They don't fear anything. They're dead. What could they possibly be fearing? for now, the fort is yours. What would you like to do?
From up here, I'm just gonna turn to Ezra and just be like, "You did good work. We make a pretty good team."
We do? I mean, it's easy to be a good team if you're just like up here shooting things. Not like I could see much of what I was shooting. But yeah, I guess so.
And you did great.
Thanks. She says in like a sarcastic, like very like patronizing, like tone of voice.
Yeah, okay. I'll lower us back down.
Riley will hop down.
Okay.
Notice his tentacles on floor.
Yes, that is something you notice. You notice the inside of the building is actually kind of gross looking. The tendrils itself are moving. They're writhing very slowly, and you can see they've already sort of shifted a lot of the snow around the front of it to expose some of the dirt beneath. Like they've been doing this for a while, seemingly. Looking inside, it is a building. It's a small building. It's almost entirely overtaken with flesh on the inside. It looks like an open wound of a building. There is a pulsating, thin film of seemingly living skin and flesh coating every single surface on the inside. You can see there is a table, some sort of maybe like a military planning table, one of those wide ones with like an indent in the center. You see a couple of tokens that they just sort of perched on the edge, knocked over chairs. Some of them may have been dilapidated before they've been overtaken by this film. And you see 2 stairs, one going up, one going down. That's from your cursory glance, just looking at me from the doorway.
Guys, I don't think we're done here yet.
Do those bros want to sacrifice themselves?
I'm gonna bro huddle with the bros.
Yeah, you bro huddle with the bros over the corpse of one of these creatures, as you all huddle over, sniffing in the scent.
Yeah, the carnage.
Yeah.
We discuss it. We discuss it as bros.
Yeah. So what's the plan, bro?
Edie, do you mind like hopping down there for me real quick? Like, that'd be real tight if you just like popped your head in and saw what was up, dude.
Just make a persuasion check, but I don't think they need a persuasion check. Yeah, you want me to come back up afterwards, or just like go and rummage the place?
Yeah, dude, just like pop your head in and like see what's going on, dude, and then just come back up. Just don't like touch anything. Just like let me know what's going on down there.
All right, but if there's a mini fridge down there, beer, that's ours.
For sure, dude. Yeah, just vibe check the place for me if you don't mind.
Yeah, they go in the building and they start touching everything. Yeah, you can watch them. They just flip over the table, and it's gross. They flip over the table to see if there's anything underneath, and their thin film begins to break and like stretch, and then it just bursts, and like a little gout of not blood, but like almost like a fluid, like an amniotic fluid or something, just comes out of it as it begins to almost try to stitch itself back together. Some of them go up, some of them go down. You can see the 2 up there are just like looking around. Like they come up with like empty kegs that have also been overtaken by flesh. Yeah, but the 2 go down. How long are you waiting for them?
I'll give them like 2 minutes to check it out, and if I don't hear back from them, I'll kind of hop on the carpet and just check on them and be like, dude, what's up?
Yeah, the ones up top, they're just around. The ones going down don't come back.
If I stand in the entryway and just yell, dude, do I get a response?
No. Are you going into the building itself?
No.
No. Yeah, you get 2 responses from above you. The guys on the roof. Dude bro's on the roof. Empty keg. but the two that went down into seemed like a maybe like a basement storage area. Who knows? Do not come back. At least for the 2 minutes you're waiting.
I'm gonna yell at the ones on the roof to go check on the brothers.
Totally, they probably found like, chicks, blow, beer.
For sure, for sure.
All right, they go downstairs. How long are you waiting for them?
However long the rest of the party wants to wait, I'll let Chris and Riley know, like, 2 went down and they haven't come back up yet. But also they seem like not bright, so I don't know if they're just fucking around.
Well, I'm a little bit damaged, but I could probably have a look-see.
You don't have to, I can send Azakin too.
You know what? I've got a better idea. I'm gonna cast Mislead again. Oh my god, I'm running out of spell slots. I'm just gonna cast Mislead and send my fucking illusion down there and see what's up.
Okay. Concentrating on that.
Yep.
Okay, as you send an illusionary Riley down, do you get vision or all senses? I think you get all senses.
All
right?
senses.
All senses.
All
So
senses,
you're
yeah.
basically there.
Yeah.
Right, you're going down, and it's a fairly long hallway, or stairwell, I should say. It's pretty tight, but it goes fairly far down, about 20, 30 feet, 40 feet. And then eventually evens out. The entire time it is coated in this thin film of pink flesh. Your vision, from what light you can see from Merrick with his lantern outside, begins to dim into a gray, just from your dark vision naturally doing that. But you imagine it's still very much the same color, vibrant, healthy, pink flesh. And as you get further in, the ambient humidity begins to rise. Much like the creatures outside, it's like not bad smelling, just natural smelling. The inside of a mouth, the open wound, just the inside of a body that you're just delving into its cavity. And eventually it leads into a splits into a T-junction at the very bottom of the stairs. One goes left, one goes right. The one on the left goes right, the one on the right goes left. They're going in the same direction, seemingly.
What?
Like the T-junction splits into 2 hallways that go left and right, but then they both lead to the same direction.
So it's like a square.
Seemingly, yeah.
If I look down one of them, do I see any of the berserkers?
No, the berserkers like explode into spectral fairy dust on death anyway. So.
Oh, true.
Yeah. If they were here, you'd have no idea where they were, if they're even here at all, or if they're dead, or if they found the booze, chicks, and blow, as they promised.
Well, I'm gonna go right.
Okay. Let me bring 2 different maps then.
Alright.
And I'll give everyone temporary vision on Riley's token, just to play along for a bit.
He'll snap back to his regular and fucking let everybody know what he saw anyway.
Oops. Yeah. You should be the south.
Yeah.
So everyone that can't find it, there you are.
First here, and then I said I'll go right.
Yep. Yeah, as you're finding more of these tendrils coming out of the ground, you're looking at them now, they're kind of almost reminiscent of like hair follicles, just overgrown. You're walking in this pink film, and you kind of make up pores, almost. This thin film of skin, and it becomes almost taut, like more supple as you get further in.
This is weird. This is freaky.
Yep, another T-junction. Left, right.
Oh, wow, there's a lot in here. I guess I'll go to the right here.
Yep. 2 things. There is a number of beds here. Again, all covered in a pink film. more large tendrils sort of slowly groping the surroundings. The ceiling isn't super, super high, maybe 10 feet at max. There seems to be some sort of growing polyp on the ceiling of this room, about 15 feet in diameter. It hangs about 3-4 feet off from the ceiling, and it's sort of just hanging there. It's reminiscent of an egg or a pimple, maybe.
Don't like that.
Okay. You see a room. Cages. Metal, rusty cages. Some of them have remnants of people inside of them. Not the skeleton, but the clothing. You're not sure where the skeletons are, but they used to be here, seemingly. The doors haven't been opened. They seem locked. You don't see any keys. Just the clothing is what's remaining.
Riley will briefly zip back to his regular self and say, guys, it's fucking freaky down there. I haven't seen anything hostile yet. I'm gonna keep going. Pop
When
back.
that happens, I'm gonna start going in.
You're heading in. I'll bring your token to the
Yeah.
map. Zero, do you want to go in as well?
Yeah, is it too cramped for me to like just ride my carpet?
Not comfortably.
Can you put Riley on it? Can someone think to do that? Because he's just gonna be stuck there with nobody.
You should say drag Riley into the carpet.
If anything, because I don't have any damage on me yet. Yeah, if Riley needs to, Riley can take the carpet in and I'll just walk in.
No, Riley's not gonna do anything because he's deaf and blind and completely numb to his surroundings right now.
Oh, but you want to still come in the building, your physical self?
Well, I mean, the only reason is because he'll be defenseless.
I mean, but at least out there you'll be with like, because I'm assuming it's just me and Chris going in. Is like
Oh.
Merrick and
Well,
Ezra coming in?
if they're staying out, then he'll be fine. Never mind.
Is everyone following us, or is it just the?
Depends on how many people are going
Zodiacs.
in. If it's just Chris, they're probably going to stay. They're going to stick with the majority.
I'll go with Chris, and then Riley can stay out with the rest of them to be safe.
Yep, so you can go in. Maybe bring your token to there. Yep, and you can move it as you will, as you wish.
Beep.
I guess Riley will head back to entrance in anticipation of this move.
As you hear the squishing of footsteps.
If I stealth, do I still squish?
You can squish less. It becomes less of a squish and more of like a smoosh.
Smooch.
A very clear distinction between the two.
Can I go into this room?
You may?
Guys, remember, I'm not here right now. I'm up there. So if you fucking find something, it's gonna take me a bit to get down here.
Yep. Chris, you find a room with beds. Not dissimilar to the other one that Riley saw, but this one has smaller polyps growing from the ceiling, about 1 foot, 2 feet in diameter. And they hang a little bit lower, almost like a uvula in a way.
Do I see anything inside of them?
Make an investigation check. Looking inside, it's hard to see. It's not really super transparent, but you can look inside barely, and no, not really. It almost looks like it's just kind of like a solid, just mass of flesh dangling from it. It's not really an inside to speak of. It's almost like the outside and the inside are kind of the same material.
Can I stab it with my dagger?
Sure. You stab it, and it bursts as the outside bursts, but there's something stringy on the inside. A like 2-inch wide like strand with a tiny little like mouth at the end of it, and it's sort of just dangling limply from the ceiling. Kind of like a miniature version of the stuff that you fought on the outside, those long tendril like leech creatures. as you burst it, it sort of twitches a little and starts to slowly move towards you. Some like a source of heat.
Can I stomp on it?
It's still attached to the ceiling, but you can grab it, stomp on it. Just rip it from the from the top of the ceiling like a lamp.
Oh yeah, I guess I'll cut it with the pointy sticks of fun.
Yeah, you can cut it as you cut it off from the ceiling as you're sort of dangling from it. It's still alive for a bit, but then the blood loss sort of gets to it as it begins to just slowly go limp in your hand.
I think I'll poke all the other things in here as well.
Sure. As you poke them all, they all have the exact same thing. There's like 4 or 5 of these things left in here. As you poke them all, little juvenile leech creatures. As you just poke them all, they're killing all of them.
Yeah, I will.
Okay. Yeah, let's do the same thing, clearing it out. Zero, you see that room that's Riley described, this dilapidated bedroom. All the mattresses are gone, the wooden bed frame's still there, if covered in this film. And this 15-foot wide polyp, pimple-like thing growing from the ceiling.
Can I use Mage Hand to maybe move some stuff around and see if there's anything else of interest in here?
You won't be able to move the bed frames, but you can kind of root around if you want to.
Sure.
Make an investigation check. Looking around, nothing. There's
Meat.
just meat and the wooden bed frames. That's it.
Yep. And I'll come back out here.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I'll move out of this room after I'm done.
Okay. As you all congregate at this T-junction, you look in and see this room filled with old iron cages, just scraps of clothing left behind. As Riley moves northward.
I've already seen that room, so they can go at it.
Yep.
Okay, all moving up.
Hate that. Hey, Simon?
Mhm.
Hey, Simon?
Yes.
Hey, I hate that.
Good.
Why is there a dog?
It's a Cerberus. You see a room just with nothing in it other than a drop, a giant pit, and a bronze statue of a 3-headed dog on the other side, which likewise is covered in a thin, fleshy film. The drop, obviously you want to stick your head in, hard to determine the depth, but it's seemingly big, and almost these tendrils are writhing out of it. A little bit more stiff, solid, they're not quite moving as much, but they are still, if you're paying close attention, kind of like watching clouds move, there still is some life to them. And they're just growing out of it, almost reminiscent of like a eyelash, a mouth. The entire time you're here, there's this pervasive humidity, this damp, this feeling that you're just inside of a body.
Riley's jumping in.
You jump in. Let me transport you somewhere else. You take no fall damage. You're
Intangible.
Yep.
Kind of.
You jump in as you hit the ground lightly. You land on a clattering of weapons. Gold, copper, silver, a lot of it, like a big mound. You see a subterranean cavern, again, covered in this pink film, this weird hair-like filament, if you will. In the corner, a mass of flesh. What are you doing?
Did it notice my descent?
You see it breathing. Kind of. It's pulsing. And then an eye appears. Several eyes appear all over its body. It was attached to the corner, but it almost slaws off like a meatball. It's wide. It's huge. 20, 25 feet wide. It begins to pick itself up. You see a loosely held together mass of meat, bone, and gristle from sundered bodies. And the meat looks healthy, fresh like everything else around here. The muscles exposed to air, twitching with the nerves firing from beneath it. These blue veins pumping, pulsing with fluids. Sinewy tendrils, fleshy pseudopods, and skinless hands and feet hang from it as it begins to support itself, using all of it. Just all mashed into one contiguous ball. It's hard to tell which is its front, which is its back. The eyes are kind of ever present, and they shift, they close, they appear elsewhere. It is meat made incarnate. Let me just give you a little preview. Not everyone else can see it, but that is what Riley sees.
Hate it.
It begins to pick itself up. Another falsity. No, there are two real, two firm feet tip-tapping above, but not you. The mass of hands, feet, tentacles retract into its body as it rolls over to this side. You can see this fluid, sticky fluids, like separating from the floor and itself as it rolls, as it begins to pick itself up again. You are false, like the others.
Oh, so that's what happened to him. So what, are you hungry too then?
Always. But I can temper my hunger. It is more difficult to temper my hate.
And what is your hate directed towards?
It rolls over to this side. You.
What?
Little ants crawling about the earth, digging tunnels, networking, squandering all the world has to offer. You who take this beauty for granted. You who harm the flesh. See no beauty in it, only your science.
Huh? What are you talking about?
You wounded me, set me free, then set me to the left like a dog. A mutt with which you seek to take for what?
I'm gonna try and read this thing's mind. Wait, can I even use that ability? I don't think I can.
No, you're an ocean. You're not here.
Yeah, I'm not here. How far down is this?
Judging roughly 100-ish feet.
Ah, fuck. Listen, mate, I've got no idea what you're talking about. Where did you even come from?
A facility. I was
The facility.
then attacked. I wished to extend my thanks after I sated my ever-present hunger. But they fired their sticks. It's was the first time I felt pain in a long, long while.
So where is this facility, and what do they do there?
Oh, I wish I knew. Had I not been in a hurry, I would have torn it down myself. Killed my captors. But I think they beat me to it. Why are you here?
Happenstance, mostly? I was just kind of in the area.
You who kill my siblings above, then jump down into my home. You say happenstance. I think you are like them. Those whom I hate is intended for. Unfortunately, you are. Consuming you is pointless. Not the two above. Not the two above.
Yeah, about that. Hey guys, get out of here!
Do we hear that?
No?
No? Uh-oh. Yeah, give me one moment. I'm going to dispel this, and then I'm going to cast Sending to 0. Get the fuck out of there right now.
Okay.
You're dispelling this lead?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I guess as soon as I get that message, I get the message, right?
Yeah, you get the message.
Okay. I will send. Well, I'm not gonna. It's a waste of time. I was gonna not verbally say it to Chris, but I'm right here by him, so I'm just gonna say we need to go, and I'm going to use my teleportation home to get out of here.
Okay.
And to go right back out, right back outside where the group is.
Right, as you teleport out. Bring it back to the other map.
Ooh, that place is bad news. So there's like a big meat monster thing down there, and it's hung up on it, whatever its creator was, and it wants to kill it, but something happened, and now it just wants to kill us.
How much for a bomb? How much money do we have? Do we have enough money for a bomb?
Probably.
I guess I'll walk up slowly.
To where?
Back to the surface.
Did you teleport with 0 or no?
Oh, was 0 offering that?
I mean, yeah, if you're willing, I can. That's teleportation.
Oh, okay, then yeah, I'll go up with 0.
I would have grabbed Chris by like his cloak.
Yeah, as you both teleport into the surface. Merrick, Gary's there. Yeah, but don't hear anything.
So there's a meat monster.
Can he really hurt us from down there?
From down there while we're up here, I'm not sure. It can move around. It might be able to leave.
Well, what I saw from those, I guess you could call containers they had those sort of mini monsters in there, so I think it can kind of grow them, but I think it would be good to rest and then confront whatever is down there.
Yeah, agreed.
Riley, make a perception check.
Perception. Ooh, big number.
There's something wrong with the ground. You're not sure
Uh-oh.
what. You sort of
Uh,
turn around as you see where the snow was. There's now this pustule growing out of the ground. It gets big, real big, and rises from the ground itself. It grows
so
into
I
a
don't think we're
massive
going to
muscle and
get a
tendrils.
chance to rest.
Hello.
Hi again.
Cool. So what if we just didn't? Where's my carpet? Was it like out here? Is it small enough that I can just like roll it up and have it on me, or do I need to like leave it?
You can roll it up and just like sling it around across your back.
Okay. I'm gonna I'm gonna hop on the carpet, and I'm going to fly over to Ezra and scoop her up on it, and then get up high if I can.
Okay. Yeah, as you're doing that, the towering monolith of meat begins to just sort of stand up even taller somehow. You invade my home. Kill my siblings. Call me monster. What have I done to you? Initiative, please.
Oh.
Are all of us close enough that Chris could just yoink us out of here? I think everyone has to be within 10 feet of him. I think Gary's the only one that's not.
Well, there is one of us that is far away from any of this.
Who?
Jane.
Oh, fuck me. Oh, no!
Okay. Haven't rolled. Not Merrick, or Gary, or Ezra.
Hayes probably ended before this, right?
Yeah, that's our full minute. Okay. For now, we have initiative, but for now we'll take a break.
All right.
Okay.
Oh my god.
This is everybody.
Not great.
All right, be right back. All right. Starting us off. Hero, when are you done?
Assuming I haven't dropped concentration, right? I never took damage or anything.
Concentration on...
Hex.
How long does Hex last?
An hour.
Yeah, so on.
Okay. How much did I manage to do before initiative started? Because I was in the middle of saying, "Oh, I get on the rug and grab Ezra and we go," but I
would say
couldn't
you're
do all that.
mounted for now.
Okay, is Ezra on too?
Sure. Yeah, we'll say Ezra's on.
Okay. I'm going to... I'm going to bonus action move Hex to Big Boy.
Okay.
And I'm going to use my movement to get us, I want to say like here, but then like 40 feet off the ground, maybe like 50 feet. No, I can't. I have to do math. Hold on. I can't move that far. 30, okay, so there's 30 feet that way to that corner or whatever. I don't know. I don't know how it works diagonally. I want to go 30 feet up, but
Yeah, as
above
long
like
as
that
yeah,
square.
you can go, if you're flying, you can go, or swimming, like if it's 3D axis, if you will. You can go like in any direction, your maximum movement speed, as long as it doesn't exceed it. So you can go 60 feet left, 60 feet up, 60 feet left and up, as long as it's not more than 60 feet in any direction.
Okay. I'm going to go 30 feet there and be like, yeah, 30 feet off the ground.
Okay.
And and I'm going to cast mirror image on myself.
Going there, 30 feet up. Mirror image. Where's that? Let's see. One of these is mirror image. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay. And Ezra's coming with you. Okay. So, is that your turn?
Yeah, seems like it. That was my bonus action, and movement. So I should be, yeah, like 60 feet off the ground above that spot.
Yes. 60 feet or 30 feet?
Because I can go, I could go 60 feet up. I just don't want to be that high and then just have to fall. Yeah, I'll just do 30 feet up.
Okay.
Right there, that's what.
All right. Okay, so that's the end of your turn. Okay, Riley, your go.
Free action to talk, I guess. There are so many things that are wrong with what you just said. We are not invaders. You are. Furthermore, when I said there was more food for one of your guys, he ran off. He's still alive. But the other ones tried to eat us, and so they paid the price.
Yeah, you speak. It may respond or not on its turn.
Alright, I'm going to summon Illusory Dragon.
Okay.
I'm not going to use it yet. I'm just going to say, stand down or this is your future.
Classic blue dragon. Put it there. Where do you want to put it?
Let's put it on top of the building.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. Yeah, as you summon the dragon, the creature, this big, almost brain-looking thing, it's hard to tell if it has a reaction. You're sort of in a very wheezy grasp, or a very wheezy voice. Intolerance. A staple trademark of your kind. It was not us that struck the first blow. It was you. That's the end of your turn.
Mm-hmm.
Chris, your go.
I'll tell it. I'll show you a real monster. And then I'll cast Pratchell's Monstrum Translocation.
Okay. What are you summoning today?
The CR.
Crystalline Rambler.
Ah, classic.
Yeah.
You did find one. Hello.
This fucking Pokemon battle, crazy.
Okay. It needs to. You have a piece of it, right? Because you need that to.
Yeah.
Okay. I think it needs to make a Wisdom saving throw.
I think.
Yeah, because I think you can use the thing to summon it. But I think you can make a Wisdom saving throw to see if it's under your control or not.
Yeah, it's a Wisdom saving throw.
Okay. So if it succeeds, if it fails, it's under your control. If it succeeds, it's just a guy that's here now.
Oh, that's horrifying.
Yep.
19. What's your DC?
I think 20.
Okay.
Oh my god. Does it get to re-roll that every turn?
Nope.
No? Okay.
Nope. It's just now under your control.
Oh no, that would have been snow.
I'll use that.
Oh my god.
I'll use your mask icon to signify that it's under your control.
Gary would have been right next to it.
Yep. I think it rolls its own initiative, right?
I think so.
Okay.
Or the DM does it.
Yeah, I'll roll its own initiative. Okay, so it's on the board now. Okay. So as you summon the monster, what does your version of Pratchell's Monstrum Translocation look like?
I guess kind of like, kind of have like just kind of like special after effects of like just, the clouds getting darker and then, lightning crashes down on the spot where it gets summoned and then it's just there.
Okay. like Thor in every MCU movie ever. Yeah. The skies darken more than they already were, even as lightning strikes, and this big cloud of smoke and snow dust. The crystalline rammer, the one that's kind of plagued your existences for quite some time, appears. It sort of sets some of you back. What image or thing did it wear, or what happens to it to denote that it's under your control? I think Pratchell's had a little tiny hat.
I'll have the little mask on its like
A normal size mask on this giant monster.
or like maybe kind of like a glowing version of the Eda mask on its face, kind of fit to the crystalline Rambler's face.
Yeah, as this glowing outline. The top of the head, looks fairly normal, but then you see like the half and half face, the smiling, sad mask, the two eyes. It's almost like laughing at the same time, like moving, animated. And it sort of sits there, rears up, and ready to strike at the moment's notice.
And then I'll move.
You move?
Move back a few spaces.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll move. Yeah, back maybe 3 spaces.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, right about there.
Yeah.
Okay. That your turn?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so as all this is happening, those of you that are around can, especially you, Chris, as you just stepped over one of these corpses, they're kind of melting into the ground. Like they were fully realized corpses, but the ones that you've already killed are sort of just turning to liquid almost, and just sort of just melting into the snow and then just disappearing. not leaving any trace or anything. Even the blood that it's left behind is just beginning to disappear. Okay. That's your turn. It's now Merrick's turn. He draws the brine diver, his Apotheosis vessel. No one's attacked yet, but there's been threats, so he's not going to do anything overtly hostile, but he is going to stay here, maneuver around it. Okay. Gary is going to... He has spells, actually. I'm not thinking about it. Yeah, nothing I can use right now anyway. He's going to back up, dash up to there, just get a good vantage point, 20 feet up. Yeah, Ezra's already loaded the crossbow, and seeing anyone not attack yet, unsure what to do, especially in this situation, Ezra sort of whispers in your ear, Zero, this thing or not?
I'm just gonna turn my head back slightly and just keep eye contact with the monster and just say, wait.
Okay. Alright, so Ezra is ready to fire, but does not yet. The crystalline rambler, what is it doing? You have complete control over it, Chris.
It will attack it.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Just mentally in its brain. Don't even need to say it. You give the attack order. The command ricocheting in its head. Almost like Ed Ellie, the mask, is sort of whispering that thought into its command cortex. Okay. Where was the last? Probably does radiant damage. The crystals on its back still yellow. From whatever remnants of absorbed sunlight it had for the past couple weeks. To do... Yeah. Dexterity. Oh, it's super good at that, being a giant meatball. Fails. Takes 26 radiant damage as the crystalline rambler opens its mouth and just shoots this big yellow beam of pure sunlight as it just scrapes across the ground, melting all the snow, and then striking the creature itself. 26 radiant damage. He's gonna move closer to kick shit later. Okay. I believe that's the end of its turn. Okay. At the end of its turn, it's going to use legendary action. To do rolling consumption.
Oh, did it do a wisdom save yet? For the dragon?
Does it immediately do it when it's summoned?
Yeah.
Oops, wrong one. 20.
Yeah, it probably succeeds. It's probably my modifier, just barely.
Okay. So it is not frightened by the dragon. Okay, but it's up there. At the end of the crystalline rambler's turn, it's going to use its legendary action to do rolling consumption. After the large yellow sunlight beam it just shot, the char mark that it got hit by is beginning to just get slowly absorbed back into the flesh, almost as if it wasn't there. It still burned it, but the damaged flesh is now being regrown, in a way. In that wheezy, gaspy voice. Again, the first strike is yours. Retaliation, then. Okay, I think the crystalline rambler's fine. It's too small or too big. I need Chris and Riley. Nope, actually just Riley. Chris just barely got out of the way. I need to make a dexterity saving throw, Riley.
Yeah,
You succeed.
motherfucker. That's what I'm talking about.
The thing has arms, it has tendrils that it's using to keep it aloft. It drops to the ground and begins to roll, using the arms that can grow on all of its body to propel itself. It rolls weirdly fast, and then it pauses just before it hits you, Chris. Riley, you duck into the building temporarily, just dodge it Indiana Jones style. You are not absorbed into its mass.
Yay!
It is now officially its turn. That's the legendary action. Gets its legendary actions back. It's going to use, let's see, who's in range right now? Oh, this is like a good idea. Ooh. It's going to use Bile Bomb. I need Riley, Chris, and Gary, actually, to make a dexterity saving throw.
I'm good at those. That sucks.
Oh, God.
Uh-oh.
Don't I have advantage on something? There's something that lets me...
I'm not sure. For dex saves, I'm not sure. You have the jack of all trades, would make you just better at everything, but you fail. So does Chris. Riley, no, Gary succeeds barely. Actually, no, he succeeds quite a bit. Yeah. Riley and Chris, you take 64 acid damage.
Holy shit.
Hey,
so I'm like really limited on heals, so pump everything you can into this thing.
If you could give me inspiration, that'd be tight.
If you can get back in range of my inspiration, that would be tight.
How far do you need to be?
60 feet.
okay. Is the
Oh,
illusory,
you are in range.
illusory dragon concentration?
I didn't do a con check yet, did I?
Nope.
Oh, that's probably not enough.
Goodbye, illusory dragon.
Goodbye, level 8th spell that did absolutely fucking nothing.
That's D&D.
D&D. At least you get it absorbed into its mass. That would have been way worse.
That's true.
But that is its action. Yeah. It still has movement, but it's not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, it kind of ended up flanking itself.
Yeah, it can't really go anywhere at this point, actually. Oh, wait, no. It can.
Yeah, it can.
It's going to climb up this building.
Attack of opportunity?
From all three of you, yes.
Yeah, buddy. Let's see what that AC is. Ayo, what that AC do?
16... Crystalline Rambler, 19 hits. Yeah, Chris, you make
Are they technically flanking?
I'll just
Oh, I guess they are, technically, yeah. Not the Crystalline
That'd be
Rambler.
advantage?
Yeah, so that would be a 30 for you.
Okay, well that definitely hits. 6 piercing.
use my dagger.
Yeah, just stab it. Easy peasy. Actually, the Crystalline Rambler was in range of that thing too, actually, I'm thinking about it.
Oh, well, too bad.
Oh, it takes 32 acid damage.
I think the Crystalline Rambler does it get durable summons as well?
It does the stuff you summon or conjure, right? What's the exact wording on that?
It says summon or create with the conjuration spell.
Okay, I'll allow it. So that is actually, let's go full health again. So that's plus 32, and then it goes, it's 30 extra temporary HP.
Yeah.
All right. So that's now it's -32. Okay, Chris, I'll leave this decision to you. Do you want the crystalline rammer to absorb the acid elemental damage? Meaning this will cause the crystalline rambler to change its elemental type to acid.
No.
No.
I'll keep it as is.
Okay. So, against its own innate instinct to absorb the general world around it, the crystalline rambler, you command it to just shut the fuck up and stay in its lane. And it does not absorb acid into its being and instead keeps the radiant damage. Okay, that is its turn. Let's see. The damages. I think I did Chris's already. I did the... Didn't do the... Crystalline Ramblers. Yep, that dagger hits. That's a 3. You just stab it real quick with a shiv. It's compared to the mass and your dagger, it's like stabbing with a pencil. But every damage is damage. But that's going to stay up on that roof. Riley, where you are? Where are you going?
Where am I, us? I don't know. Who has the Destiny Bender? Did we use it already?
Not this session. I think it would have been my turn this session.
But it's day of.
Oh, that's true. So it would have
Yeah,
been still... Who's the last one? You, right?
Me? I have it? Okay.
That does not.
I don't think I've used it yet.
But it's been in
I
your
think
possession, has it not?
Yeah, I think it has.
Okay.
I think we were switching it day by day. So if it's the same day, Riley still has it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's a free reroll on any roll you make. Well, action, ability, attack, or saving throw.
It wasn't used at all this day, right?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, if Riley was the last to use it, then you would still have the changed fate.
All right then. Let's do some maths. I'm just gonna bonus action Tumbling Fool up here.
Okay.
And
that
then
is 40 feet high.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, then never mind. Where was I? Here? Here?
I think here.
Here? Okay. Wait, hold on. We were adjacent to this thing. 15 across. I would have been 1 over. What do I want to do then? This is rough. Am I well, aside from Chris, am I the only one who needs healing?
I'm still full.
Yeah? Okay.
I think Ezra... I can't speak for Merrick and Gary, but I know Ezra hasn't got hit either.
Gary is not great, but not bad. He's half health. Merrick is Merrick.
Okay. Merrick would rather die than ask for heals.
Yeah, that's not untrue.
I'm gonna go over here then, and then I'm just gonna cast Healing Word at level 1 on myself.
Okay.
That's bonus action. Yeah,
9.
+9.
Neato mosquito.
Oop, that's equals. +9. And then, oh, that's bonus action. Shit. I guess I'll just try to poke at it with a Wind Blast.
Okay.
I think that's disadvantage because I'm far away.
Yep. And from where you are, it's big enough to not, for the cover to not really matter. So it'd just be a disadvantage attack.
Well, hits anyway.
True.
Ooh, 11 piercing out of that.
Okay. How long does the cloud coating last, actually?
Good question.
Is there
I think
10
it's
minutes or an
also
hour?
10 minutes.
If it's 10 minutes, it's still up.
I believe it's 10 minutes, but I'll check right now.
That sounds right. But double check.
10 minutes. Okay, so then the other damage would also have applied with
Yep.
this sneak attack, or the other thing.
Yep,
The
I'll-
+1, wow.
Everybody helped. I'll add that on. Yep.
I was gonna inspire or use my bonus action, so that's me turn.
That's your turn. Okay. Okay. Oh, hey, look who's in range. At the end of your turn, is going to use a legendary action to do a flesh tendril attack against you, Zero.
Gonna silvery barbs it.
Okay. So that goes from a 29 to a 29.
Excellent.
But
I'm gonna
who
give
gets
myself
advantage?
I get
You can do
advantage.
that?
You get advantage?
Awesome.
Sure.
Yeah.
So you take... Okay, well, the other one's a natural 20, but that's not counting it. You just 23 bludgeoning. That's it.
That's math. Hold on. Okay.
Okay. First, make a concentration check for Hex. You have to beat a 12. You're good. Okay. I'll leave this choice for you. Zero. You're going to be pulled right up next to this thing. Do you want to take the carpet with you, or do you want to be yanked right off of it?
I'll leave the carpet with Ezra.
Okay. Ezra does not fly this thing, but at least you won't be bringing Ezra into the danger with you. So you get pulled. There, barely teetering on the edge. But you're no longer flying. Ezra does not know how to really fly this thing.
Oh wait, I have mirror image up.
Oh, roll.
What does he have to roll?
No, you have to roll.
I have to roll.
Yeah.
What do I have to roll?
Hey, wait, is it mirror image or is it one of the... No, blur is one that disadvantage. Mirror
Blur's
image.
disadvantage. Mirror image. He has to roll to see which one between the three of us he hits.
Okay, yeah, I'll roll it. Let's see. Is it D20? D20. Oh, that's a 7. What does that mean? If you do was roll a 7 or higher to attack a duplicate. Yeah, I said you must roll, but now do it. Yeah, so I got 7. So it does hit one of the duplicates.
Okay.
So you are not pulled. You can remove that damage. As it would have pulled you in, but it strikes one of the mirror images instead.
Shit.
You only have 2 mirror images
Shit.
left.
Yep.
But that's its legendary action. It is now your turn. 0. You are flying.
Wait, so I didn't use silvery barbs either then?
No.
Fuck.
Well, you did, but it just struck one of your things because it would have hit you anyway.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, you're still flying.
So I still do have advantage right now.
Yes.
I want to do something, but I'm scared to do it. I'm scared to do it without inspiration. Oh no. Oh no.
Do it. I don't.
We have advantage at least.
Do we know how high his AC is? Like roughly?
19.
Okay. So I just have to roll higher than an 8. Okay. 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 And this is with an advantage, because I just gave myself advantage with silvery barbs. Okay. Oh, thank fucking god.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Great gamble arrow?
Yes.
Oh my god,
yes,
let's fucking go.
Yes. Yes. Great gamble arrow.
Okay.
How do I roll that? That's just 100 flat,
There's
right?
100 flat.
And then I also get sneak attack.
Yeah.
Is that right? Because I have advantage? Okay, yeah. Do I roll normal short bow damage?
No, just the
Okay.
Great Gamble. That's
100 flat, okay.
125 damage.
Wasn't there a setback for Great Gamble?
If you miss, you take the 100 damage.
Oh, okay.
That's why I was like, Riley, inspiration, please. But we're okay. We're good.
I see.
I was really close. Fucking okay. Even the 19 would have hit, but just barely. Holy shit. That's my attack. I'm gonna get us all the way over here.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
All right. As you move, he's going to take an attack of opportunity against you.
Why would he do that?
32 to hit.
He has to roll for my mirror image.
Okay, he has to roll a 8 or higher to miss. 16.
Oh no.
So you have one more duplicate left.
Oh no. What's his fucking range for attack of opportunity?
You were roughly 20 feet away.
Okay.
So, how can we change that? Oh no, you're now, if you're going up to there, you're now 40 feet up because that's the height of the tower.
That's fine.
Okay, that's your turn.
Yep.
As you create a gamble arrow, this thing, you pull back a puny little, weensy little short bow, but carrying with it the greatest of all arrows, possibly. The spiral-shaped arrowhead, the spiral-shaped shaft, everything is a perfect, like, drill-like arrow. As you fire it, it shoots like a railgun. This bright white beam, like a laser, pierces right through it, and you're not sure whether that's going to come right back at you, but no, you struck true, and it leaves this, like 2 foot wide gap in its flesh all the way through, clean, and then begins to reform badly. It's horribly scarred.
Is he on death's door?
He's not looking great. I'm going to call it
Okay.
death's door, but he's taken damage.
Okay, fine. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I can do. I did my attack, movement, how far is the fucking, like, if I drop down from my carpet right now onto the tower, how far of a drop is that?
0, because you're now currently on the tower, as is.
Okay, are the little, like, edges tall enough for me to hide behind?
Yeah. Congratulations.
Okay.
They're enough to hide like
Okay.
a whole person, yeah.
Okay, I will drop down on my own without Ezra and leave her up there with the carpet, and I will hide behind the thing as a bonus action.
Okay, make a bonus action stealthy. Sure, you feel sufficiently hidden. It's I saw where you're going. I stole the stealth rules from Pathfinder and might implement it later, but yeah,
That's my turn.
it's your turn. Okay. All right, Chris, what you doing?
I will I'll use the cape and dimension door up to that 40-foot high tower.
Okay. Whereabouts? There?
Yeah, on the oh, not that one, the one at where Zero's on,
Okay.
but on the other side.
Other side here or the other side, like
Yeah,
south?
yeah, there. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Right there.
Okay, that's your action.
And then I think using a potion is an action, right?
For yourself as a bonus action.
Okay. Let me see if I have one. Yeah, I'll use one potion of greater healing then.
Okay. Alright, so we can roll for the healing there.
What was it again?
Greater healing. I don't think I haven't add anything for this actually. Uh, 44 plus 4. Oh, I totally forgot about layer actions. Whoops.
Well,
Oh
I mean,
well.
we kind of brought it out of its lair, so
So you think. Okay, you healed that much.
And that'll be my turn for now.
All right. Okay. Sure. At the end of turn, it's going to use a legendary action to cast a spell.
Oh fuck! It can cast spells.
Oh fuck.
It's going to use Mind Sliver on Gary, because that's all you can see right now.
It doesn't have dark vision. Let's go.
No, it's just... That's the closest target right now. Intelligence saving throw. Subtract 1d4 from the next saving throw it makes first turn. So can Gary succeed this? He has intelligence of 1. He did not see.
No.
15 to Gary. Oops, that's 155. Wrong. He has 1d4 on the next saving throw he makes. Minus. Legendary action. End of Chris's go. Merrick's turn.
Not this legendary enemy just using a fucking cantrip. That's crazy.
Merrick. Yeah, he's gonna climb up this building, like, with his hands. Get up there. He is athlete, so he can't do that, I believe. Now it's just kicked off. He's going to fully rage. Weirdly
Damn, how much
succeeds.
fucking movement does he have?
He has 40's Barbarian, and because he has athlete, I think he can climb surfaces.
Okay.
He's not like the tallest thing in the world, but... I think I could climb, however. Okay, then 2 attacks with Burain Diva. Jesus. Merrick has consistently been very good with his attacks with this Apotheosis Vessel. So it's 30 damage. Then... Yeah, that's 2 strikes, and then also the lightning as he flexes really hard. Okay. Gary's going to slightly reposition. This guy's gone. Make 2 attacks. Bow. That didn't go through. Okay, that's natural 20 on one. 25 on the other.
Ooh, let's fucking
So
go.
that's 17 plus 15.
His mind may be slivered, but his fucking body is not.
Okay. Yep, that's his go. 2 shots. Ezra is going to take a dinky little shot from range. Now that Merrick's up there, she has light, so it's not a disadvantage. I'm just going to screenshot this.
Nat 1.
Oh, it's more than that.
Oh.
Oh. Oh.
I don't think I've ever rolled more natural 1s and natural 20s in a game, ever. Like, I've rolled so many natural 20s in this game, both on the enemies and the corners. I think one of the smaller creatures rolled the exact opposite of what Ezra just rolled, 2 natural 20s. It's a weird game. No, she seems a little out of her league right now. This is, like, she expected to fight weird shit, but this is more than what she was expecting to fight. Yep, she shoots once. It's not the crystalline rounders go. He can climb too, but there's not really a lot of space. He climb. Oh, does he get the thing back, actually? D6? Wait, he does not. So he's going to just make 1 bite attack, 2 claw attacks, 1 with his tail. Actually, not the claw attacks, can't reach, so just the 2 attacks. Both hit anyway.
Yeah.
15, 10, 12. He's still looking great.
Dude, great gamble for the fucking win.
Yeah, the good
Yeah.
gamble really fucked. really fucked it. Oh, roll d20 actually 0, because I think if it's natural 1, it dissolves. Like forever.
Yeah.
D20? I thought it was D100.
No, d20.
No, it's D20.
Wait. I think with every successive use, it gets the range
Simon.
increases by 1.
Simon, I swear to God.
Hold on. I got bad news for you.
Oh no.
Simon!
Wait.
Huh?
I'm trying to remember. I think. Oh wait, no, that was something different. Yeah, I think Jana rolled the natural 20 before. I'm trying to remember if that was to like stop the decay from happening, or that was just to instantly recharge it. And I think that was to instantly recharge it.
Well, we can go check out the session. Time to cross-reference.
Okay. The fate of the Great Gamble Arrow is up in the air.
Either way, it's not getting used again this combat.
Yeah. Yeah, it was used during the Ratavi fight.
Yep.
I think that was the only use it's had before.
Correct.
Yeah, I have one use on a 2 or lower, the arrow crumbles. But I don't know if I disagreed, if I negated that because Jana rolled a natural 20 on that one. But for now, that arrow, yeah, it's not going to be used this combat anyway. We'll have to check.
Chaos.
Chaos. Okay, I believe the crystalline roundler is done. Yeah, biting it and bashing with the tail. Okay. And they're sort of sitting on top of this building. This vaguely silhouetted mass of meat. You can see very human hands sort of sprouting from it, as it's been using to support itself for a while. Fine. No more illusions. As it puts its hands on the top of the building, you see from it this almost fading of the snow, of the building, of everything.
Oh.
All the snow has faded. Everything around you has been coated into a full pink, flesh-like consistency. Almost exactly the same as the interior. The trees around you that were just normal trees, snowless or sleeveless, covered in snow, turn into masses of writhing tendrils and hands coming out of it like branches. These hair-like follicles growing from every single surface. Chris, you recognize that a very big illusion was just dropped.
Oh, I guess that's why it was a big magic field.
Okay. It's going to turn to the crystalline rambler. And it's going to, well, first does it get its thing back, actually? Nope. It's going to cast a Dominate Monster on the Crystalline Rambler.
Oh my god, no.
The Crystalline Ramblers make a Wisdom saving throw. 3. Oh, it has advantage on the saving throw because it's friendly to you and it's fighting it. 5. Okay. Chris, you watch as the Crystalline Rambler that was completely loyal to you. The mask is still there, but it almost turned into a frown as from the forehead of the Crystalline Rambler grows this tiny, almost polyp that bursts and turns into tiny little tendrils, just very, very small, only a couple of inches tall, right at the top of the cranium, as you begin to feel your control over it slipping. Okay. Yeah, it's not really wanting to stay. No, it's going to stay there, actually. Riley, here you go.
Yeah. I'm gonna get up here. And then I'm going to bonus action to heal myself again.
Okay.
6. And did it? So yeah, it just dominated monster, right?
Yeah, you saw 2 hands come out from the side of it. Very human, very normal looking hands, with skin even. And it looks like it was casting a spell.
Would I still have my coding?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just gonna pot shot it again then.
Okay.
What's the distance between us right now? 20 feet shouldn't be disadvantage. I have so many attacks, holy shit. There it is. Oh, it's just enough.
This hits.
And that's 13 damage, or yeah, 13 damage.
Okay. Alright. Not looking great.
That's all I'm gonna do.
Yeah, as the one ice spike drives pretty deep into its flesh. Okay, that's the end of your turn. 0.
If I were to use a barbed arrow, it wouldn't really do much for him, right? Because I know with the barbed arrow on like a normal humanoid, it would, I think, decrease their movement or something like that, right?
Yeah, it still decreases movement.
Okay, okay. I'll make an attack with the barbed arrow then
Okay.
from here. Am I attacking at advantage because I'm hiding, or do I just get sneak attack if I hit?
You're hiding. I think you get... You rolled like super high in stealth. Yeah, I think you get advantage. This hits.
Does it?
Yes. 11 and...
Oh.
Yeah, that sunk pretty deep. Yeah, it's really not looking great.
Okay, then I'll just bonus action hide again, I guess.
Okay. Okay. God, your fucking stealth is crazy. As you take a pot shot, come up from the crenellation, shoot one arrow. Seemingly distracted by Riley and the domination of the Crystalline Rambler, not expecting your one true strike. Several true strikes. Okay, that's the end of your turn. Lair.
Does it have to roll concentration or
You're
anything?
right, yes. So it needs to make a Constitution saving throw. You did the 15, I think. Which just barely makes. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you see the tendrils on the top of the Crystalline Rambler begin to waver a bit, but doesn't fully go away. Barely keeping on to hang on its domination. Okay. 3 fleshy growths begin to grow from here, here.
Oh, even the top ain't safe, huh? Fuck.
The entire place here is covered in a membrane.
No.
And yeah, double up there. Yeah, they look very similar to the polyp growing from underneath. That's a lair action. Chris.
I think I will. I will cast haste again.
Okay.
And then I will use the Giselle rifle
Okay.
with the teleport bullet.
Right. Sure. Make an attack roll. This hits.
Ooh.
Not okay. It's okay. Okay, let me look at the rules for the teleportation bullet real quick. I don't quite remember exact.
I think it's a random direction.
Yeah, I just don't remember where ammunition. There it is. Roll d8. Okay. It gets teleported off of the roof there. Slightly closer to you, Chris. But not by much. Yeah, as you hit it, the sort of spiraling shape of the bullets as it travels hits the creature as it almost like instantly the gate itself warps from that area to another. Blink of an eye. Quick.
And I'll actually move back.
Okay, just one there. Okay. It's your turn.
Or I'll move behind that polyp thing.
Right there.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. At the end of his turn, he's going to cast a spell.
Is it a bonus action to reload or full action?
Is a full action.
Okay.
Oh, I know what I can do. It's going to do cast Dispel Magic.
Interesting. What does that affect exactly?
0.
Ah,
You lose concentration on Hex.
I just do.
Yep. As you're focusing on the Hex, you see it cast some spell, and then suddenly your magic is ripped apart.
Wait, question. What are the requirements for a spell? Does he have to be able to see me? Because I'm hiding.
He ends one effect, magical effect that he can see. He was hexed.
I see. Okay, I thought it was like a thing he did to me. Okay, I see. That's fine.
It's possible that is also a thing we can do, but for this instance, chose hex.
Okay.
Okay. Now Merrick's go. Merrick do a jump. He do 2 attack and shoot lightning. Okay. Hey, for once he actually succeeds. But he still gets hit. Okay, so no, it's good. It's the same anyway. This oops, wrong one. Oh god, Lord, blah, Lord, blah. Okay. As he jumps down, mashing into this thing. Screaming, shooting lightning as it does, the spasming of the muscles as the lightning strikes the form. A lot more noticeable when it's a bigger target like this with a bigger muscle group. See, it's okay. At this point, with all the damage, with the Great Gamble, with all these spells, with everything happening to it all at once, from many angles, the flesh itself is barely keeping together. Gary! Actually, at the end of its turn, it's going to make a legendary action to Tendril Merrick. Which it's 29, half, 15. But Gary shoots it anyway. Miss one, hit one. Not a lot. Okay. Right. Ezra's gonna come over to this side. And shoot a light crossbow. That is a 12.
Wait, did she hop off the carpet?
Yeah, she's just up on the tower at this point.
Okay.
Yeah. It seems like a nice vantage point. But 12's not going to do it. It is now the Crystalline Roundler's turn. What's the movement on this bitch, actually? Ooh, okay. No. There we go. Riley, you see the crystalline rambler shoot that beam. Actually, hold on. Let me get this thing back. Nope. You saw it shoot the yellow sunlight beam. You saw it claw and tail at the thing, and suddenly it turns around you, towards you and Gary, as it begins to, with almost this ravenous hatred in a way, begin to claw into the flesh and just slaw off meat, bone, gristle into the air as it makes its way towards that direction. It's going to do... Going to bite attack against Gary first. 2 claw attacks against you, Riley. 1 misses. But bite against... 4.
Can I silvery barbs the attack that's supposed to hit Riley?
Sure. So let me make another roll. What's the range of silvery barbs?
Oh, that's true. I think it's 60 feet, but let me double check. Even then, I don't know if he's in 60 feet of me. Yeah, he's in range of me, but it was 60 feet.
Okay. Does 14 hit you, Riley?
No.
Okay, so that one does make a difference.
I'll give Riley the advantage.
Okay. Riley, you have
Thank you very much.
another advantage. Okay, getting my character sheets mixed up. Has 1 more tail attack though. Just going to use... Yeah, use it on Gary. Yeah, as the bite hits Gary, he's trying to dodge, weave out of the way. 1 claw attack misses you, and then another one, a white crown of thorns, sort of appears around the arm. Just tugs it out of the way just barely, but then shoots into you, Riley, the inspiration that Zero gives you. Almost in like a frustrated, almost in frustration, he turns around and whips the tail and sort of blindsides Gary in the head as he just hits the ground limp.
Uh-oh.
He is dying. That is Crystalline Realmer's turn. Legendary actions. Okay. It's now the creature's turn. Oops, wrong dice. Okay. It's going to cast... Let's see, actually. Let's actually move out of the way here. Merrick gets 1 attack opportunity. for once, missing in his life. He sort of rolls up onto the walkway, sort of using the arm's tendrils to pull its possibly like thousands of pounds of meat up the walls as it gets in visual range of you, Chris. Almost an exasperated tone. I am the inheritor of your world. I am the pinnacle of evolution. I am you, but so much more. Chris, I need you to make an intelligence saving throw. That's not going to do it.
Uh-oh.
Chris, you feel
Yep.
all of the knowledge drain from your brain to the point you don't even really know what's happening anymore. You don't know anything. You don't know anything about the world. You don't know anything about spells, magic. You don't really remember anything about your life. The world just kind of turns into this muddled gray of perception. You can still feel, you can still have agency of your body, but all information has just been leached from your brain. Your intelligence and charisma scores become 1. You can't cast spells, can't activate magic items, you can't understand language or communicate in any intelligible way. Oh, you also take 46 psychic damage, actually. 14 psychic damage to you.
Okay.
You can still recognize friend and foe, though. Yeah, the last thing you saw before the world just turned into just this mess of information that you can't even comprehend is 4 hands casting some yellow-green spell that kind of turns into like the very complicated image of a brain, and then gray. That's it. Zero, you're up there, and you just see Chris, his eyes just go blank, and his stare is 1,000 miles long, and he's just drooling. That's,
What is this place?
you can't
Where
even,
am I?
you can't even say that. You have no means of in communicating in an intelligible way. You can't understand language. It is, you are a body, and you just exist in this world.
He was making a joke.
Oh, I see. I do not know the reference. Riley, it's your go.
Fuck, I don't know what to do. I mean, obviously I'm gonna teleport out of here because this whole situation is just fucking bad news. But where do I bring Gary? Do I run? Do I get the fuck out of here with him? Or do I get over here?
Do you have any healing left?
I have a little bit of healing left, but my teleportation is 1, and then I have a 9th level spell. And that's it.
Part of me wants to say, yeah, get up here, because I don't think the Rainbow Lair can reach you up here, but also all of us being in one spot like that doesn't feel safe either.
Yeah.
Where's
And-
what the fuck is Polaris right now?
About an hour away from us.
Where?
To the south.
Riley.
Oh man, I have no idea. How far? Oh, I guess I wouldn't know actually. shit. Well, I think no matter where I go, I'm gonna get pursued by something. I'd much rather get pursued by a tentacle than a fucking crystalline rambler, so I'm gonna take Gary, and I'm gonna get behind the building. I'm gonna teleport around, like, here, or even further.
Where's Hero here?
I've been doing the thing.
I did not see it.
I'm
To
pinging.
the bottom of the map.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. Oh god, it's dark.
Like, way back here. Possibly even off the map.
Okay, are you using Dimension Door or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is why I'm taking Gary with me.
Yep. You can go there. You can go as far as you want, 500 feet. That would take
yeah, I'm
you out
gonna
of
go-
combat.
Yeah. I think I will get out of combat. I'm gonna go 200 feet south.
Okay.
I feel like even that far I'll still be pursued by fucking something here, but at least I won't be in any direct danger range. And I'm gonna heal Gary off screen with a level 1 healing word, so that can happen whenever.
Hmm.
And then him and I will head back into combat.
Sure. So 200 feet south.
Yeah.
You teleport Gary, his bludgeoned, bloodied unconscious body. You sort of take it. The crystal rambler just about to finish you off as you just zip out of existence. You land, expecting to grasp snow. It is flesh. Even 200
Yeah,
feet
that's what I
south,
thought.
it is still flesh.
That's what I thought.
Polyps growing from the floor. The trees you were wandering through, they're more dense here. All of them have been replaced with bony, humanoid amalgamations of what trees should look like. Boughs and fingers with too many hands, even. Just this mash of flesh and bone and meat and gristle and everything just combined into the facsimile of a tree. That's what you've been traversing for the past couple of hours. But
Fun!
that's where you go. Zero. It's your turn. Actually, at the end of your Riley's turn, he's going to kind of cast a spell. Legendary action. Let's go to... He's actually going to drop Dominate Monster, because it's going to take too long to get there. He's instead going to cast Telekinesis, targeting Ezra. Ezra needs to make a strength check to fight this off. Which, ooh boy. Nope. 0. You sort of look back. You see Chris drooling. Just looking into nothing in particular. Just looking. He sort of just drops everything he has and just starts drooling. As if there's literally no thoughts in his brain. And you look over, you see Ezra just float, almost being choked. Being pulled up a couple feet and then being slowly floated over this side. What are you doing?
I'm going to run to the edge here and take another shot at the thing with let me see what I have. How close? Okay, she's like within 5 feet of it.
Yep. Yeah, you can see a very humanoid hand just reaching out for her even, and she's just slowly being floated, almost like an invisible hand is choking her and just being slowly pulled into it.
Question, I have a question.
Yes.
If I were to chug a bottle of aquamarine right now, what mechanical benefits do I get again?
Good question. Let me double check. It's just normal aquamarine, not like Arcanium or...
Well, I mean both, because I have both. I have aquamarine and arcanium.
Diluted aquamarine, otherwise known as... diluted Arcanium, otherwise known as aquamarine. The shitty stuff you've been using the entire time. Lets you see into the ethereal plane. Lets you cast Prestidigitation. Gain a +1 in spell attack and spell damage rolls. Arcanium does pretty much the same thing, but all the bonuses are more powerful. So +3 to yeah, +3 to spell attack and damage rolls, and also you get a +1 to your DC. On top of all the other benefits. Also, once after the effect wears off, you take psychic damage.
What does the potion of invulnerability do for me again?
I believe that
I don't
gives
know. Is
you
it a thing
re-
I have in the?
Yeah.
I don't think I have it in the handouts. Do I? No, I don't.
Potion of invulnerability. I believe on the potions. Yeah, potion of invulnerability. You gain resistance to all damage.
And for me to drink that, it's a bonus action.
Yes.
Okay. And earlier when I attacked with the Truth Seer and I used one of my charges, you said it was on one of the smaller enemies. You said it didn't seem to have any effect.
Yes. Correctamundo.
Okay. I'm going to take a pop shot at the thing. What are the rules for called shots again? I -5, but I get 10 more damage.
That's a sharpshooter thing you have.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, take a 5 penalty to the attack roll. If the attack hits, you do +10 to the attack's damage. Give me a second. Okay. I guess I will just pop out. I'm gonna use my action to make a short bow attack against the thing with another of the actually in the in the event that maybe something or somebody, one of the fucking scouts or somebody might be nearby-ish. The whistling arrows, do they still do damage, or are they just for the purpose of, like, alerting others?
They're mostly for the purpose of alerting others. They don't have any, like, sharp weapons on them or anything.
Okay. And what do the barbed arrows do again? Oh no, those are the ones we just had. They reduce the speed. Or
Yes.
something. And what do I have to do to dip an arrow in poison? Is that an action?
I believe so.
Okay. And Ezra's just floating over there?
Currently, yes. She's just about to make contact with the hand that's pulling her in invisibly.
All right, I'm going to take a. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it already. I'm just gonna take a shot at the dude.
Okay. Okay, roll for damage. Zero, describe your finishing blow from now.
Shut the fuck up! I hate you so much.
Did not have a lot of health left.
Did you hear me? I was about to drink Arcanio too. Like half the party is just down.
It's not over yet.
Oh my god. I wanna shoot straight for the hand. I wanna hit the hand that's coming for Ezra, and I want it to like glide through the hand like butter and straight into the dude.
Yeah. As the hand is reaching out, Ezra is about to make contact as the arrow sails right past, right across her cheek, cutting a little bit, but then going straight through the palm and going much deeper. This seems to be a much more tender spot of this creature, and it goes so deep in that you don't even see the end of the arrow anymore. It just goes straight into the core as it shudders and shakes in fear, almost as if like it just had like a nail or something, like a piece of wire put under its nails. A full body response to the pain as it just writhes, bucks up, and falls off the edge of the fort.
And I still have my bonus action to movement, right? What's Ezra doing now? Is she still floating? Is she on the ground?
She dropped to the ground, is now on her hands and knees, like coughing.
How far was the drop? It wasn't like she.
It was like 10 feet.
Okay.
He's fine.
Do I regain my intelligence?
The world's still gray.
I'm going to fly on my carpet over here and survey the situation. I'm just like, is he dead? Is he dead?
You have movement, so you take 40 feet over there. You look down. The body is twitching, as if like, oh, you've seen those frog legs still like twitching after death, like almost by pure impulse, electrical nerves just firing still. The synapse is making connections, but it does not move from the spot.
Okay. I'm going to fly back 20 feet, pick up Ezra, and then dash as my bonus action back to. I mean, because like Riley and Gary are off map, right? They're just
We're 100 feet off map, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll use my bonus action to dash, and I'll take Ezra down here to the ground.
Okay.
And then, are we still in combat?
Yes.
Okay, then I guess with me and Ezra down on the ground, that'll be my turn.
Okay. The final lair action. From these polyps. Where about you are right now?
Wait, hold on. Because I flew here and I took a dash bonus action. Got us like. Hold on. Here. So me and Ezra would be all the way over here.
Okay. So you're physically there. Gary and stuff is off map. The polyps that grew in those spaces over there. Okay. Okay. Chris, this sort of pink thing just sort of appears near you. You're not sure what it is. You know what it does. You can barely comprehend it. You know it's not friendly, but that's it. Chris, it's your turn.
I think I'm gonna. Can I run or move?
Yep, you can still run. You still have full faculty of your body. That's it.
I'm gonna jump off the thing.
You're jumping?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. These things do make, well, one of them makes an attack opportunity against you. Okay. That's a 14 to hit.
I think it misses.
It misses. Okay. So as it tries to bite down on you, you just, their first instinct, literally just your bodily instinct, is to get away from it as fast and as far as you can. That's behind you. That's through these little slots in a wall. You jump. I need you to make an acrobatics check from there. This is a 40-foot high tower. Zero. You get Ezra to safety. She's sitting there, just like sort of coughing. She goes, "Thanks." You look over and you see Chris just tumble off the tower, hit the ground face first, and is just not moving. Chris, you take 15 points of bludgeoning damage.
That was enough to down him? Shit.
Yep. I'm dead.
That's the end of your turn. Merrick is over here. Merrick. Yeah, he's going to try to get these walls. Double dash. That's where he goes. Gary is currently dead, but that's going to be remedied soon. Ezra is sitting there coughing. She didn't see anyone. She doesn't really want to leave. The Crystalline Rambler is going to be very confused and angry. Oh god, yeah, no, this thing's fucking dead. That one's dead, and he's going to begin to leave. One's dead. Riley, your turn.
First things first, I heal Gary.
Okay.
I don't know if it much matters, but I may as well just do the cast anyway. 6 healing.
You get 6 healing back. Gary's no longer dying.
Oh, perfect, Gary, we need to go. I barely got us out of there. Let's go. And then I'm going to use my full movement to fucking get... What's it? That was my bonus action, so I can't... But no, I can't bonus action dash, right?
No, but you can action dash.
No, it's action dash. Yeah, okay. I'll run my full 70 feet then, and that should get me. I was 110, some 40-ish feet away from the map now.
Okay.
And Gary should be as well.
On his turn, literally, but yeah. 0.
Why don't we have any healing potions at all? We never have healing potions.
Chris probably has one on him.
That's true. What do I have to do to pickpocket Chris?
He's not really resisting you. You're not trying to be sneaky. Probably more like investigation. Trying to rummage through his actual shit.
Like, what would I have to roll? Or like, I'm not. What would I have to roll? What kind of action would that be?
Probably an investigation.
Right. I mean, but would it be an action or a bonus action or
Probably
what?
an action.
And then it would be another action to administer it to him.
Yes.
He'll just nat 20 his death save. It's fine.
Would I be able to use my 1 becomes 2? Like, I know I can't do that with the echo. I have to take my action through the echo, but like 1 becomes 2, is that not just a clone of me?
Yeah.
It can take its own actions?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to fly. I'll bring Ezra with me. Fly over here. I'm gonna dig through his bag and pull out a healing potion that I hope he has.
I have 3 actually.
Okay, I'll take out a healing potion, and then shit.
Is 1 becomes 2 an action to do?
I fucking hope not. Hold on. God damn it! I already used my action surge. Yeah, I can use my action. Fuck me. Okay, I might as well not even do that. Okay.
You can use your action to spend 1 charge to create a flickering copy of yourself.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna do that then.
Okay.
But I'm gonna fly over. I'm gonna dig through his bag. I'm gonna dig out a healing potion.
Okay.
And I guess it'll have to wait till next turn for me to give it to him.
Okay. Alright, Ezra's with you. Lair action. From above, you can hear this soupy sound as one of these creatures is beginning to slowly slink over the wall. Chris, roll a d20 for me. It's going to go after you.
Uh-oh.
Jesus fucking Christ. Even while you're unconscious, somehow it still misses you. Let me just to show that I'm not like that's what I rolled for its last.
Yeah, buddy.
So this thing crawls down. Zero, you're trying to ignore it as you just hear then as this thing extends and tries to grab Chris, and somehow, because it sucks and it was just born, it misses entirely. And it does not reel Chris up 20 feet into the air. This one's, yeah, I can't reach to get, this one's getting there, but it can't quite reach this turn anyway. Chris, I need you to make a death saving throw.
Question. Never mind, go ahead.
A death saving throw from you, Chris. That's a failure.
Okay.
Alright. Eric's go. He's going to double dash up the tower. Can't attack anything, but he's going to be there. Gary is running alongside you. Ezra.
And we should be back on the map. Oh, no, never mind.
Not him.
It's not my turn yet.
Yeah. Ezra's going to
Can Ezra see what I'm doing and kind of take a fucking hint? Go ahead, sir.
I'm going to make an intelligence check. 4. She's shooting at the thing.
Ezra.
She doesn't even...
The enemy!
Yeah, literally. She sees the thing attack and is like, that's a bigger concern right now. You have it handled. She misses still.
Oh, sweet Ezra. Ezra,
10
no.
to hit. These things have an AC of 11. Crystalline Rambler is fucking off. That thing's dead. Riley, you are now back on the map.
Oh my god. Yeah, that took all my fucking movement, though.
Yep.
Bonus action. Hold on. Can I actually... How much... Yeah, bonus action. I can just healing word from here.
Yeah, you can.
I'll do that. Fucking... Wake the fuck up, Chris. We got a city to kill. Burn? What was the thing?
You're breathtaking.
That's the one. A wholesome 100 Chungus.
Chris, you awake.
Is it still gray?
You have no idea what's going on around here now.
No.
You know there's a thing above you trying to do something to you and it's bad, and you know there's a red person trying to do something to you and it's good? But you're not sure. You don't know their names, you don't know their faces. They're just kind of there. Yeah, I will say at this point, Merrick has pulped these two things up here by himself, because he can do that. And eventually Gary comes back on map too. The surroundings are still flesh. The corpses are many, though most of them have just faded back into the massive meat that is around you. There's a part of you that's not even sure if that thing over to the east, well, that zero kill, will even stay dead with all this around. And Chris, even after all this, even with the thing potentially dead, with all the spells that have been cast and cancelled, you have no idea where you are or what you're doing. And that is where we'll end it today.
Oh, that is so fucked.
I hate
How do
you so
we
much.
fix him? So basically, Chris just turned into an NPC.
He's still there.
well, well, sort of.
Yeah, so you may want to mark this down for now.
Yeah, yeah.
But
I'll,
the penalties that you have are... Oh, let me pull it up first. Yeah. While you are like this, your intelligence and charisma scores are 1. You can't cast spells. You can't activate magical items. You can't understand language. And you can't communicate in any intelligible way. But you can still identify friends, follow them, and protect them with what meager means you have.
what? Can you repeat it again?
Yep, so intelligence and charisma scores are 1.
Okay.
You can't cast spells. You can't activate magic items. You can't understand language. And you can't communicate in any intelligible way. But you can still identify friends and follow them and protect them.
Do I lose my proficiencies?
No, your intelligence scores and charisma scores are just 1. So any skills that use those are severely hampered.
Can I still fire the guns?
Oh no.
I will say, because it's kind of a complicated task, no. Yeah, so yeah, if you'd like, you can make a note of your current intelligence and charisma scores, just somewhere, so that they're for posterity. And for now, you can just set them to 1. Yeah. That's the session.
Well, at least we're all alive.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yay! We didn't lose anyone. Technically.
there's a couple of close calls.
Nobody died. Something died, but it wasn't a person yet.
Okay.
Can we get our EXP now?
Yep. For the first combat, you got 7,620. That's included with American Gary, so that's not like an obscene amount of EXP.
7,000 who to what now?
7,620 EXP.
And then for the last one,
Let me math that out. I don't think it's actually that much because yeah, so let's see here. Uh, 4,000.
that's 11,620. Add that to our total. Our new total is 3,456. Nice. 3,7. 3, 4, 5, 6. Was it 3,7? Yeah. So 345,637.
And 42 EXP just for funsies. No,
Oh, I see.
41.
No, it would be 32.
32.
Oh, no, I know what you're going for. Never mind. Which one do you want? 69 or 678?
678.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
There we go.